searching begins. Find yourself within. Take up your blade. Let the fears within fade. Stories are told as the die roll. Don't be afraid. Make your destiny will find you in me. Friends at your side, may the group with pride. Try as you might, you now live to fight. Monster nor foe can fill you with woe. Enemies in sight, it's time to roll dice. Roll for initiative. Check, please.
Hello, checkers and pleasers, and welcome to Check Please.
Hello, I am Beardy, your GM, and these are my lovely players.
Hello, hello. My name is Keni. I play Louie Freeman, Ice Boy, finally with his own little silence in the world, and you know, life's okay. Life's not great, but it's okay.
It's alright. I'm Skrewy. I play Stavik, the Bone Boy, and we are in a new land, a Midlin town here.
You are muted.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm actually Grem.
What?
But I can see the confusion there.
I mean,
I'm
the
guy.
all the
vibrant.
time.
Yeah. People say it to me a lot, and I'm like, no, I'm Grem. But I play Valentino, and I'm excited to explore this new land.
I am Shane. This is the Moth. We do not play anyone.
I am Xeno. I play Zu'lin. I'm ready for some Midlin interactions.
That's my bingo square.
Oh, shit.
Is that right?
Goddamn! Wow. All right.
Nailed it.
Jeez, not even 2 minutes in.
Already started.
I got
We
you.
did it. Well, welcome everybody. Do we all recall what happened last week?
Yes, I will give a brief summary of what happened last time. So we were dealing with the aftermath of having been dumped in the middle of nowhere recognizable by Owen, the former, potentially, god of death. We didn't really know where we were or why it seems the seasons had changed, so we decided to follow the path and figure out where exactly it is we were. So we came upon this sort of signage in a strange language that looked familiar to some of us and yet very, very different. Xander was able to use some magic to determine what it meant, and we learned that it was just a sign pointing to a farm. So as we approached the farm and talked to the individuals, Louie used Elvish to communicate with these folk who did not seem to understand exactly where we had come from, what our whole deal was. They didn't seem to be particularly knowledgeable folks. They said that we were on the continent and they spoke the human language, of course. Very strange that we didn't seem to speak the human language, but we also looked like strange travelers. At one point during the conversation, their beautiful child walked in and was like, you look kind of magey. And they were like, he does look kind of magey. And that's when we discovered that people around here, potentially, just don't like arcane magic, which is unfortunate because 2 of our group use arcane magic. Luckily, Zu'lin is a man of science, and science is loved and appreciated by all, especially me. And Xander uses divine magic, obviously. So, as we discussed and translated between various languages, we decided that we probably shouldn't stay with these people, especially after Xander went up to them and was like, hey, I was made by Owen. And they were like, Owen's a dead god, dude. Why would you follow him? Also, we don't want your money. It's probably cursed. Like, stay away. Gross. So we decided we would head on instead. So we went towards the town of Midlin, named such because it was like halfway geographically. So very practical people here on the continent, as it is known by its residents. So on the way there, we had a bunch of different conversations. One of them involved Louie having a mental breakdown as he talked to Stavik about some of the things that Stavik has done, and they had a little bit of a almost shout out about children and the joys of childbirth, which Louie will never be able to properly experience, unlike Stavik. They had talks about Stavik's memories, about Stavik not making decisions on his own, but deferring to other people instead. Lots of those, but eventually they ended with a fist bump and seemed to have come to some sort of agreement, potentially. Some of the group, hearing this at a distance, were really confused about this, at which point Louie explained the context of that fight, and people felt a little weird about the idea that Stavik was making fun of or making Louie cry, because he's just a little guy, you know? How could you do that to him? Right? He's just a little guy. He's just a little birthday guy. Right.
Yeah. My birthday's not for a while.
I think it's more of like a state of mind.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
It's a state of mind.
And it's definitely where
Agreed.
Louie lives.
In his birthday?
Yeah,
In-
Louie's birthday boy.
A little
Yeah,
birthday town.
absolutely. In other news, we had some conversations. Stavik went to Xander, and Xander was like, here are some basic books on Owen. You can learn more about your religion. And then it turned out that Stavik couldn't read.
I can't
These are
read.
basic books for every Owenite. And he's like,
So that is very unfortunate. One of the books, I think the book on the red vines that Detlev gave, may be in a language you speak, but maybe Stavik can't read that either. In which case, I just don't know what to tell you, bro. I'm sorry about that. I tried. So Bastion, in this time, got finally a butterfly from Louie, a paper folded one, and he spent a lot of the session kind of running around, making noises, kind of playing airplane with it, which is very, very cute. Zu'lin discovered some new species, what we would know as guinea pig, and because Stavik was so upset about the idea of us killing it humanely and eating it, it instead was fed to the monstrosity formerly known as parsnips.
It hasn't been
So-
fed yet.
Oh, okay. It is now waiting in abject terror for the moment that it gets killed by the monstrosity formerly known as parsnips. Thank you for the correction.
Got it.
Well,
So-
one more question. I do think the monstrosity is still known as parsnips. It's just a little different than it used to be.
So it is currently waiting in abject terror at the prospect of being eaten by the monstrosity that is still known as parsnips. On that note, things still known as Midlin, where we have just arrived at the outer walls of, seems to be a location where we might be able to get more information about Owen's power and the shadowy dragon that ate it up. So that is where we left off.
Yeah, and it certainly seems to be a place that is inhabited by more than just one rural family of farmers that don't really know much about what's going on in the wider world. So while we're at it, and since we're getting back to this, I will go ahead and just reread what you see as you approach Midland, just to get everybody refreshed. Is that
Thank
okay?
you.
Take me back.
Okay. I'll take you all back. Come on, let's go on a word journey together. As you approach this town, the wind carries the smell of salt and wood smoke as the mists that cling to the coast here thin the nearer you get to this town. Nestled here, where a wide river spills into the eastern sea, stands a walled town of weathered stone and timber. The buildings themselves have red-roofed tiles, rising in orderly tiers on either bank, split by a gray-blue ribbon of river. Its currents are lively with fishing boats. Arched bridges span across this river, linking the two halves of the city with arteries of commerce, I guess would be a way to put it. The architecture here bears similarities to that of old Protean style. There are pillared facades, domed roofs. However, what you can see from a distance is it looks like a lot of the architecture has been adapted for colder climates. Most of the Protean Empire is relatively like a warmer, almost a Mediterranean style climate. It never really gets that cold in the Protean like heartlands. So seeing this sort of architecture here, you can see that it's developed over time into its own thing to be a much more robust, like thicker, stouter kind of construction that would allow it to maintain heat in a colder winter. Aside from that, the shutters are thick, the chimneys are tall, and the courtyards are semi-buried or sunken into the ground to shelter them from the elements. There are unfamiliar colors and banners flying over the city gates. The main banner you see is a green field with a stark white seabird soaring in the middle of it. Beyond the stout walls, outside the town, there are farmlands stretching like a patchwork toward the horizon. There are neat lines of orchards and grains rolling in the breeze. The area is dotted with cottages, smoke houses, and tilled soil, both to the north and south of the city. There are 2 roads hugging the curve of the coastline, threading off to the north and south to areas that go to places you've never been to before. This place is no grand jewel. It is not some perfect city with a massive, beautiful palace or anything like that. It is what looks more like a mercantile town, a trade hub. But at the very least, it's still a beacon of civilization. And as you approach, you hear the tolls of bells, and you can see that they have recently constructed what look like burn pits outside of the walls, where there are currently burning something or a lot of something, which is creating this kind of greasy smoke trail that is lifting up into the air. And that is what you all see as you approach this town. What do you wish to do?
Beardy, from a player standpoint, do you mind if I ask a question about the architecture?
You may. I would be happy to answer.
Is it sort of like a marriage between Daraham and Protean, like, architecture? Since you said it was, like, kind of misty and such?
Yeah, Daraham started sort of as a Protean colony ages ago.
Oh, okay.
Kind of. I mean, it was a Protean colony, or Protean colonists that interbred with locals. So there is a lot of Protean influence in like early Darahamish stuff, but that's all hundreds of years ago. Potentially even longer than that. But yeah. So you would think that it does look a little bit Darahamish-y. A little bit. Yeah.
I mean, Louie doesn't know too much since he only recently got some books on it, but I was just curious.
Yeah.
I have a follow-up question about the architecture. Does it at all remind Xander of the architecture of Prenia's Reach?
Less so. That was much more pure in its Protean influences.
Sure.
And while they did, have colder climes, being that it was mostly up a mountain, it still was very much like open columns and like open spaces, and it wasn't designed to be comfortable in a winter in the same way that this place seems to be.
Perfect. Thank you.
Rude. Whoever built that, fucking rude.
And it's just the way things were done. That's what a temple looks like.
Eh.
It was built by much more direct Protean influence, so they didn't dare deviate much from their traditional style when they built that.
Okay.
But this seems to definitely be a derivation. This is, or deviation even. This is certainly shows cultural adaptation that would have taken multiple centuries.
Okay.
Louie is furiously writing notes down in his journal about this, and with broad strokes, he actually has a charcoal piece out that he's trying to draw some of the areas as best he can very quickly.
Mm-hmm. And you're currently all, on the road heading toward this town from the south. And you've yet to approach the gates of the city, and you're sort of on a little rise on a hill to the south of the town, but it gives you a nice view of the lay of the land. So that's where you are currently, physically, right now.
At some
What would you
point,
like to do?
as we are approaching, but before we get to the gates, Xander is going to open his eyes and he's going to say, Stavik, come here.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Doot, 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 doot.
We're in a cart.
Okay, hold on.
Which only means that Stavik makes that noise in character. And I assume, does, finger walking.
Would you do me a favor and kneel before me?
Is there room in the cart for that? I'm
There's a
assuming. I'm
floor.
hoping. Okay. Yeah.
There's always
Of
room to kneel.
course. Anyway.
Watch yourself.
Yeah.
You guys need your own cart?
No.
No, not at all.
Sure about this? Alright, I can look the
we-
other way.
Yeah, I think we can I'll just look the other way.
Stavik, I would like you to reaffirm your oaths to Owen, please.
I'm trying to think of the if there were specific ones.
These
that I had
aren't
made
specific oaths that Xander is referring to. These are whatever your oaths were from before.
I swear to uphold the cycle, to maintain the order of life and death, and the sanctity therein.
Good. Then I bestow upon you a fragment of my power for you to use for those purposes until such a time as you have used them or I have deemed that you no longer deserve them. And he's going to lean forward and he's going to kiss Stavik's forehead. And Beardy, I would like to transfer some of my spell slots to Stavik. He is going to get Comprehend Languages. He's going to get
thank God.
Skim so that he can read. And then he's going to get Inflict Moderate Wounds.
Alrighty.
Giving him a magical power, the ability to read.
Yep. I mean, it was going to be other stuff, but he can't read, so he gets
I
this
can't
instead.
read.
So
Oh.
I will mark off that spell slot indefinitely.
He's never gonna learn if you give him a crutch like this.
Oh. Leaving that. Ugh.
As he kisses your forehead, Stavik, you feel a kind of glow as you see there's almost this ball of energy in Xander's chest that flows up through his lips into you, and then you feel the tingle of Xander's magic.
Xeno, get out.
I'm
Y'all
right
are
there with you, Xeno.
disgusting.
This no,
At
man, it's
least
a
bug
beautiful
full of
thing.
it.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you. This. I will remain worthy of these gifts. Thank you.
You're welcome, Stavik. And he'll help you up.
That's
it for me.
Alrighty. Well, you have been imbued with some magical power there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there you go.
as a side note, we're all going to take bets outside a game on how long this lasts.
Stavik being able to read.
Well, I mean, if I had like a how-to-read book, I could use the skim to learn the book that so I can learn languages a little bit easier.
Well, now that you have comprehend languages, you can understand the language, so you can write out the alphabet for yourself and like take the basic grammar and then write a translation guide for yourself. And then when you don't have the magic anymore, you can actually work your way towards that. Is what Xander was hoping you would do. But if you don't do that, that is also okay.
That's basically what my plan was, to try to figure out, okay, how can I use this so that it's not, as our friend Grem here has said, a crutch.
We shall see.
I sort of like that too.
A crutch.
That's my last character. Skrewy.
So, as it stands currently, if you were to cast Comprehend Languages on yourself, you would be able to read for 70 minutes.
Okay. That'll
and with skim, that also means that a lot of the speed reading part is shortened quite a bit.
Okay.
You can read in a quarter of the time that it would normally take you. So you can read essentially 4 hours worth of material in 1 hour.
Fuck yeah.
Oh shit.
And that one will last that spell lasts for 7 hours, which is more than enough time, since you would lose the ability to read completely after 70 minutes.
Yes. Yes, but if I can, as we say, practice actually like doing the translations and learning myself, words in other languages.
I think
syntax.
The real lesson
pronouns
here is that the closest thing we have to magic is books. Reading is cool.
Reading is cool.
Rainbow.
We agree.
Who needs magical abilities when you can read?
We agree.
It's the closest thing to being teleported. Getting lost in the pages of your favorite book.
Tugs Stavik's cloak and like kind of directs him to sit back down on a bench.
Yes. Oh, thank you. Yes. How far are we from the gate?
You're right at the town, so.
Oh yeah, so
yeah.
God, I want to use the thing to comprehend now. That's comprehend languages is only for reading, correct? Not hearing.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Well, actually,
comprehend is
you just can't
speak it or
write it. It's all like for you to understand, not to communicate back. So you can hear any language you hear spoken, you understand. Any text you see, you can read, but it doesn't give you the ability to speak any language or also to write in that language easily either.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool. Yay. All right. We'll hold on to that for right now.
Yeah. So you can cast that at any point, and the spell will last until you cast those spells. And until you do, it does eat a spell slot on Xander. Yeah. So it does definitely have a toll on the caster.
Okay. Well, I'll only use it like once a night while I'm watching and studying. Because right now we're about to go into town that I can't read anything, and I'm gonna have to rely on the smart people in the group to be able to communicate.
Yeah. So as you approach the town, is there any final things you'd like to do before you arrive at the city gates?
No.
Alrighty.
I can't think of anything.
Well, in that case,
unless Grem needs to cast mage armor for some reason.
I hope we don't need to currently.
I mean, you better do it now, though, because if they see you, they will not like it.
True.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
Anyways. We keep on keeping on, I guess.
Yeah.
Gotta probably cast some fucking laser armor.
Well, as you get closer to the town, you're going to notice a few more things, or rather, you're going to more clearly notice some things you've already seen. And that is, as you get closer to the walls of the city, you can see these large burn pits, which have been dug on the outside of the city walls, and these trails of greasy smoke coming out of them. There are a number of people that are dressed in what look like religious vestments that are performing some kind of ritual outside the town, like throwing what look like sprigs of some kind of like tree or plant material into these pits, which are filled with some other substance burning, and they're doing some kind of cleansing ritual, maybe? You're not sure what they're doing.
Can I do a check?
Yeah, can I do
Yeah.
a check? Religion?
Sure. Yeah, religion.
Okay, I'd like to do the same. Can we do it untrained? I guess that's.
26.
Oh, well, then, all right.
Wonderful. So that's a good 26 is very nice, Louie. It's a very respectable number.
What's
Xander, do you want
Xander's?
to do you want to tell us what you got?
I accidentally sent it blind, so I have no idea.
Oh, even better. Well, in that case, Louie, you did very good with the 26.
Yeah, fuck
Xander,
off.
however, got a 41.
That's
So-
fine. Louis doesn't need to put all his interest in religion anymore.
It's true, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
You got a person for that now. You can specialize your information. Your
That was not
What?
the intent I was trying to say at all.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just
Mhm.
saying you have specialization in the party, so you don't need to worry
That's
about
true.
that.
Louis deserves to
Religion-
know everything, thank you.
Okay.
But
Well,
religion
I
is
mean-
for the help.
Whoa! Whoa!
Wonderful.
Xander would not disagree with that.
Oh,
Yeah. Well,
Xeno, you're grounded.
What?
What is
Anyway.
Xander now?
so Louis, it looks like they're performing some kind of cleansing ritual.
Is that
Though
it?
you're not sure, that's about all you know. It's not clear what they're doing specifically, but they're definitely performing some kind of ritual to cleanse something. Xander, with your 41, you're going to recognize a few more things. You recognize that the vestments of these priests are not quite the same, but very, very similar to, almost like hand-me-down, changed, like generational versions of the priestly vestments of a priest of Pelias, the god of the ocean
And wealth.
and wealth.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So ocean, the ocean and money is Pelias's. Wealth. It's not just money, but wealth in general. Because if we weren't talking like cold hard commerce, that more becomes a Shamish thing.
Yeah.
Shamish
Anyway.
thing, yeah.
But yeah, no. So the wealth and the ocean is Pelias's domain, and they're wearing priestly vestments that look similar to Pelias vestments. So you think, based on the way they're dressed, you think that these are perhaps the local version of Pelias faithful, and the kind of cleansing they're doing, it looks like they're trying to remove some kind of darkness or curse from whatever is in the burning pits.
Can we see into the burning pits at this point?
Well, there's a lot of greasy smoke coming out of them, so it's difficult to see what's burning. But if you would like to stop and look into the pit, you can make a perception check, but you would have to get
love
closer
to.
to the pit to look down into it.
So Xander's gonna say to everybody, it looks like a ritual to Pelias to cleanse some sort of cursed substance within the pits,
A cursed substance.
as far as I can tell, at least,
And Pelias?
or a thing within it.
Does this
Oh.
would the smoke be harmful to you all? I could go see it if that is the case.
It does
I don't know.
make me remember our conversation with those farmers a couple days ago. They didn't want our tainted money.
Right.
It might be completely unrelated, though
Superstitions.
What if our money
Yes.
is tainted?
I don't think our money is tainted.
Yeah, I don't either.
Though, if we get closer, I can look and try and see if I feel anything from in the pits. If whoever is driving would like to stop closer to them.
All right, so the cart comes to a stop. Stavik, you jump out and move over to the pit and look down into it. I'm assuming from your perception check.
Mhm.
So Stavik leads the way, and as you look into the pit, Stavik, you see this burning mass at the bottom of the pit that looks like it would have been hundreds of individual things that are kind of burning and charring together. The smell coming off of it is, at the same time, it is sort of a savory smell, like almost like cooking meat, but it also has this undertone to it that sort of twists your stomach. But you can't actually see what's burning down there. But it's
Oh no!
hundreds of individual things laying on top of each other, burning.
Do I see clothes at all?
Is Polias the god of barbecues?
It gives
Only
you
with
a
fish.
stomach and twists it.
I have a very sickening feeling here, folks.
Xander,
Oh, fuck me sideways.
tell me what you rolled.
Xander rolled a 33.
Wonderful. Well, you look down and you can see at the bottom of this pit, which the pit itself is maybe 15 feet deep and maybe 80 feet long. It's more like a large trench in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And the whole thing is burning and sending up this greasy black smoke. And as you kind of look down, it is difficult to see through the smoke, but you can clearly see the rib bones of fish.
I think Jesus tights.
You look in, you can see like fish, like tails or fish heads or ribs sticking out of this large mass of burning stuff at the bottom of this trench. And the priests of Polias are performing some kind of cleansing ritual. And you don't know, maybe it's some kind of sacrifice to Polias that they're performing, but they're definitely trying to cleanse these fish of some kind of curse by burning them in this way and by incanting over them and throwing like certain herbs and certain plants that are perhaps sacred onto it as they do so.
Xander will return to the others and say, it appears to be a mass of fish. I don't know whether this is a ritual cleansing, a sort of holiday or festival, or they happen to be sick or beset by some sort of curse or strange circumstance. But I'm very curious about asking more.
Beardy, with the time period that Louie used to worship Polias, does any of this sound familiar at all?
Not really.
Okay.
Nothing in this is particularly unique to Polias, at least. So nothing in your study of that god makes this make really any more sense than it does to a layperson.
Okay. Louie kind of furrows his brow and shakes his head as he's thinking. Nothing that I ever experienced while worshipping him. I'm a bit clueless on this currently.
Not a problem. We can always ask when we get closer.
Yeah.
Oh, so from where you are, you could either approach the Polias priests that are performing the ritual, or there's also the city gate that leads deeper into the town. So those are sort of the two more obvious paths. What's up?
I didn't understand they were outside the gates.
Yes, you are out. Yeah, you're currently outside the city.
I thought maybe we were looking through an open gate at this.
Nope. The burn pits are they were dug outside the city walls.
Oh, well,
Like
that's
a burn
less
moat.
concerning.
Kind of like a burn moat, yeah. But it doesn't seem to serve a defensive purpose since it only covers about 70 feet or whatever.
Are there any of the
Well-
priests near us that don't seem like they're actively busy?
Some of them are praying. Like they look like they're all in mid prayer.
Mhm.
There's only a few of them that are actively like incanting and throwing things into the burn pit.
But everyone seems about busy, though.
Yeah, they're definitely focused on what they're doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Louie just kind of gestures to the town. Maybe we'll just ask when we're inside.
I agree. Don't want to interrupt their important ritual activities.
Yeah, that can go really wrong for some people.
That is correct.
What are you looking at me for?
I don't know.
I mean,
It's so interesting that you can make those noises without a tongue.
Magic.
Isn't it? I've thought about this a lot.
Right?
It's all part of the magic. So, with that, you guys can approach this town gate. And as you do, you note that there are, in fact, town guards, like most towns have, especially walled towns. They have guards here at the gate. The gates are currently open. There are these banners hanging down from the actual gatehouse itself. Of course, these large green banners with a white bird on them. And the guards are wearing similar tabards on as well. So they have what look like either leather or like a breastplate on. And then over that, they have a tabard with the same symbol, a white seabird, like a gull, across the center of their chest. And then the tabards are simply like belted with a leather belt around their waist. They're each carrying a couple of weapons. They have they have a sword at their hip, and they have a bow and a quiver strapped onto their back, and each one is also leaning on a polearm. In this case, halberds. Everyone likes halberds.
They're cool.
Everybody loves a halberd. This isn't Gisarm country, you know what I'm saying? Ain't none of us gonna be wielding the Beck to Corbin. Nah, this is halberd land over here. So the guards that are standing here kind of aren't stopping very many people, or they're just kind of looking around, just making sure that there's no troublesome faces entering the town. Problem is, you guys are dressed very differently than most of the people here.
Yeah.
Your clothing is very foreign, typically brighter colored, I would say, than the stuff you see here. Like the colors here, like the clothing colors here, are relatively muted.
I'm pretty sure we
I
were
feel
all
like-
like wearing black.
Most of us have black as our main color
Okay.
of clothing.
yeah, a little bit of gold.
I think Louie probably is the most like
Mhm.
colorful outfit wise.
I also just
with-
kind of assumed that we looked like our outfits were weird everywhere.
Yeah,
Like,
true.
Yeah.
we've always
I mean-
been
You look like
walking around with
adventurers.
like
You
extremely
look like adventurers.
extra fucking
Yeah.
get up.
And you guys are also heavily armed and armored, and it's the whole thing.
I'm not
So-
really armed.
As you might imagine, the guards do in fact stop you guys.
What?
Who
No.
would've guessed? What? And the guard simply puts up the
Wonder.
universal gesture to stop, holding up their palm, and they ask in the local language, which isn't terribly easily understood by any of you, and they'll give you a command in this language.
Is tongue still running on Xander?
It's been a
how
day.
long
can
since
cast
last-
again?
Yeah.
You can cast it again, yeah.
Sure, I will spontaneously cast tongues.
Okay. You cast tongues. The guard repeats himself. Out. Stop the cart. I
Stop
wish
the
to
cart.
see who you are.
He wants us all to get out and show ourselves.
Louis leaves his bag under a seat and will exit the cart.
Xander will lead the way.
Valentino will pop his head out as well. Give these people a wave.
The guards gesture for you to exit the cart.
Oh, sure, he'll get out.
A bastard does
everyone
the
leaves.
same.
So,
Yeah.
Zu'lin will stop his cart behind all of yours, and assuming that since everyone's getting out, we'll do the same.
You got it. So the guards, like, take a look at all of you, seeing the very strange style of clothes as well as the massive amount of armor and weapons that you carry with you, and that you don't have a huge amount of, like, supply wagons with you, so you're definitely not trading folk. And he'll look at all of you and say, adventuring sorts, eh?
Indeed.
Well, do you have a name?
Yes, my name is Xander.
I mean your group.
Oh,
Are you registered?
I'm afraid we are foreigners, for the most part.
That's fine. Are you registered?
I don't believe so. We are foreigners to this land.
So you're from out west?
We traveled across the seas.
Across the seas?
Yes.
You don't look elven to me. Do you have gills?
No, I am not elven, though some of us have mixed ancestry.
Strange. How did you arrive here?
Boat.
We walked.
Oh,
See, here's the
Xander.
thing. Xander doesn't lie.
Yeah. Oh, sweet boy.
My father is a very proficient traveler. He's incredibly skilled and he brought us over here, but we seem to have lost him. The unfamiliar land may have thrown him for a loop, and we're looking to find him.
I see. If you have a description, we could send out word that this person is missing, and we can see if we can find them for you.
He is relatively scruffy.
Who are you calling scruffy looking?
Though I imagine, and he's going to take his hand and he's going to lift it up to where it is, where Owen would normally be, and then he's going to go above to around his height, and he's going to say, long flowing hair, somewhat similar to mine, usually carries a cloak that is furred around, tends to use a mace. Strong features.
Huh. All right. Well, if we see someone like that, we'll be sure to tell them that you're looking for them.
Thank you.
And he'll look to the other guard and say, in sort of a hushed voice, something that you don't quite hear. But he'll give a message to the other guard. The other guard nods. Takes out a small piece of paper. Scribbles something down on it. The first guard looks back at you and says, "Now, your friend, your father, you said, brought you here?
Yes. Indeed.
Now, that's good. Just maybe if any of the rest of your group use magics like that, just be aware some folk here are less comfortable with that kind of thing, you know, being so close to what happened and all. Mages still aren't exactly welcome around these parts.
I see. You'll have
There's
to
no
forgive me.
law against it, but you might get a side eye, or you may be asked to leave a place.
Ah, I see. So I imagine there is some sordid history dealing with mages abusing their power.
He looks at you as if you've said the most obvious thing in the world. Yeah, something like that.
Understood. I will make sure to tell my friends as they don't speak the local language. Though many of them are quite quick. I imagine they'll pick it up very
Once they
fast.
level up.
A fair number of folks here speak the trade language, so they may be able to understand.
Ah, lovely. Is there anything we need to do to register? I very much apologize for not following the procedures of this land.
Well, if you're not from here, then you wouldn't have anything to register for yet anyway. But
Oh.
if you wanted to be part of the guild, you would need to go to the guild and register with them.
Ah, I see. Is there anything else my companions or I need to do?
I'd say just be aware that as of a few days ago, things in this town are not as they should be. So keep your wits about you.
Of course.
Dark times are
I
here.
will not bother you or take any more time from your day. Thank you very much for your service.
The guard kind of looks you all over again and then gestures for you to enter the town at your own speed.
I have
Xander
no
is
idea
gonna
what was
wait
said. Valentino's
For
gonna-
us all to be regathered.
I believe
And then he'll explain.
tongues, translates at least Xander's word to like whatever our mother tongue is normally, based on how that spell
Sure.
works, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, so with tongues, anything that Xander said, anyone can understand.
Yeah, so you
Okay.
all understand Xander's
call.
half of the conversation.
Yeah.
So he'll explain the other half when you're all away from the guards, as we're heading in.
All right, and as you enter the town of Midlin, I do have a new map for you.
Ooh. Water.
Water indeed. There you go. Welcome to Midlin. So, as you enter the town's gate, you find that there is a strange smell now that you're inside the town. Now, most towns you have been to in the past, you would always get like the city smells of, human, the smell of sweat, the smell of odor that one would associate with a lot of humans packed into one place. And that's here as well, but there's something else that's a little bit more noticeable, and that is there is this very pungent smell of decay that hangs in the air. You can smell rot. You can smell fetid meat, rancid, and biting in your nostrils.
Do we see anything that would indicate to us what the source might be? Is it the fish?
You don't see any fish where you're standing, but if you continue down this main road, it'll eventually, run into a larger forum area and the river in front of that.
Okay, but we can't see anything here. From
Correct. Yeah, you just
the
walked
area.
into the front gate of the city. There are streets that go off to your left, right, and in front of you, and the buildings in here are between 2 and 3 stories tall. Most areas, most of them seem to be residential, though there are certainly a fair number of signs and things written in a language that you have trouble making sense of unless you have cast something to be able to read the language.
Okay.
So they've got some kind of guild for adventurers here? Be like, that sounds awesome. We should check that out.
Perhaps. Though it might be difficult if we have so many arcane spellcasters with us, given how
Just
jumpy
place
people tend to be.
Just place a
I-
sword in their hands and they'll think that they're a new started venture.
Would we
Knows
need
nothing
to
new about me.
prov-
I've got
but
many
what if we need
talents
to
other than
provide-
magic.
documentation.
I mean, it
I'm-
seemed like it wasn't a big deal because that's only if we want to be a part of the guild.
Yes, and we're
You
not
don't want to
locals
be-
in the first place.
I mean, why not be? This the Adventures Guild sounds great. It's like a place you can just go and they'll give you adventures.
I mean, that's not why we're here, though.
But it could give
Well-
us leads to the information we need.
See,
Perchance, but I think also there's a high chance that a lead could be whatever's happening in this town at the same time.
Bro, you can't just say perchance.
He
Louis
just did
just-
though.
Looks
oh my god,
over
you
at
can't just say
Bastion.
perchance.
Dude,
What?
You think our friend is behind what's going on here?
friend?
I'm just saying. I don't know that we want to be name dropping too early.
I
You
just
mean Elias? Or
I mean, you know, the friend who brought us here.
Elias.
yes,
Yes.
Yeah, you know, Owen.
don't believe that he is behind this. Beardy, do I feel an overwhelming sense of Owenness about this rot in the air or the town?
Well, you haven't had a chance to examine it closely, so that's a difficult one to answer.
Great. Okay.
I love
Perhaps
that for us.
if you're
perchance.
curious about it, we may perchance head in the direction of the rot, find the source of it, and I can confirm or deny his involvement.
Louis is staring at Bastion.
Precisely.
You know what, Bastion? Fuck you.
I don't know if we have
What?
time for that.
Fuck me yourself, you coward.
Excuse you?
Oh, it's just people. That was just like the response to that back in Kanya's. You had to be like, you know, quick with a retort when someone said something to you. Otherwise, you get your ass beat.
Anyone take you up on it?
Maybe.
Say, be careful who you throw that at.
It's true. Because you never know. But, I mean, I will say it has definitely diffused some situations, but it's also escalated some other situations.
It sounds like you could do both.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Be mindful of who might escalate. I don't take
What's
being
the
called
saying?
coward lightly.
what's that saying goes? Has you found your prostate?
I don't believe I'm aware of this saying.
Yeah, I
Stavik.
don't know this
Don't think I've ever heard that saying. Is that like a Vil
That must be
thing?
from his
Village
time.
I think it
I mean-
must be just a specifically a village thing.
Yeah, that must be just like a Vil thing because I've not heard that one as like a saying.
Just imagine
What
every
does it
single character's
mean?
head
Like, what's-
turning.
Like, what's the meaning of the phrase?
Oh.
Is there a particular response that is?
Yeah, is
How
it
does
like
that
a
come
call
up in
response thing?
conversation?
Yeah, like when you say that, like
Well, he was
what's the
saying
situation?
that one was
that-
saying when someone said that you said, "Do it yourself, you're cowards," and then someone said that, "Did you ever have that? Did anyone oblige you?" That was where it would come in.
I feel like this must
That
be a
interaction
translation
happens a lot,
thing.
huh?
'Cause-
I think we're just I'm just not. I think
I don't
something's getting
it's
lost
working
in the translation.
Burgese.
Yeah, between the
No.
village
At
and the
all.
Burgese, it's something's missing.
Wait,
bro.
no.
Was this
Tell
a
it to me in
conversation that
Vilish.
Yeah.
Yeah, say it in Vilish.
Just let me fire up the old
It's
translator
okay,
here.
Skrewy. You can just say you say it in Vilish.
I say it in Vilish.
Louis is staring at him, and you see his eyes narrow as you can see like the gears in his head move. No, I still don't get it.
Is
It
this the thing
seems
your wife
very-
said to you?
What?
One more time.
Is that the thing your wife said to you?
Yeah,
Or like
No.
your family?
No.
Like who?
like your brother? I feel like that's a weird thing for a brother to say.
So this is
That's
like a saying in Ville?
I have concerns.
So many questions, bro. I have so many questions.
Xander, what were you going to ask?
Oh no, I don't
I
mind
lost
me
in
at all.
thoughts.
This is fascinating.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well,
Let's
so we're kind of blocking traffic.
right.
So
Let's
should we
find a
go
place to put
somewhere,
our
or-
carts.
Yes.
Find a place to stay, and then
Okay.
we'll, I don't know, figure out what to do after.
Yes, these people speak the trade tongue, which is
Helpful.
Elven, I imagine.
Okay. I can do
So-
that at least.
Can we speak any normal languages? Jeez.
Elvish is normal.
Yeah, it's like one of the few things I don't know how to speak though. Like,
Yeah.
man,
If it was normal, I would know.
Okay.
We could do group lessons.
That's true. I'm fine with teaching.
okay. You know, I mean, why not get, a fifth language? All
That's what we're
right.
looking
I
at.
thought you
yeah.
already had 5 languages, Bastion.
I mean, if you count, I guess at 5 you count like body language. Like, I kind of like being able to communicate to people with like just like a look and like a glance and like a turn of your shoulders and stuff. Yeah.
I think
Perhaps
that's
you're
one of
not
the
fluent
1,000
in that
languages, Bastion.
I don't
But
know.
no, like-
I'd say Bastion is quite gifted when it comes to body language.
Thanks, bro. But no, like I speak like, obviously Portuguese and Parthenese, and Villish.
You speak
and
Darien
then-
English too.
Yeah, because we get Kanyas gets a lot of folks from all around. Heard a lot of Sejanese, and I know like how to ask to go to the bathroom in that, but that's about it.
I believe
can-
Zu'lin should also know Elvish.
Indeed.
Well,
Wonderful.
Then we're at your guys' mercy to kind of navigate this place then.
Yeah, I imagine any country-based languages we have isn't really going to be very helpful here, unfortunately.
Fuck. That's only like half of them. A little more than.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna go down this road. I think.
Yeah, we're
You got it.
moving while
Fine.
we're talking, I think.
You got
Yeah,
it.
I
Okay.
assume
So you,
that. Yeah.
okay. So you head down the main road here, and as you head down deeper into the town, it opens up ahead of you into a large forum area. Ahead of you, you see what appears to be a large temple of some kind. At the southern side of this open forum area, there's a big temple, and the temple itself has these twin braziers that are burning brightly with red flame. The temple has iconography of 2 gods like intertwined across it. I'll take a basic knowledge religion to identify the iconography on this thing.
25?
Wait, 25.
525. Wonderful.
Are we in the 30s, Xander?
Let's see.
I've had trouble
No,
counting
I
that high.
rolled a 2, so it's only 23.
Disgusting.
There you
8.
I want to know Stavik's.
You're untrained.
revelation
Why are
first.
you rolling?
he's trained.
Oh.
I'm trained
It
in it.
says untrained. Oh. Okay.
No,
I-
no.
That's a tag.
I have one.
see, I
It's
see.
a
I have
tag.
one
Yeah,
side.
he's trained. He has 1 rank in it. He can roll it.
It just has a -1 to it.
Yep.
I'm
He just
assuming.
has an overall bonus of -1. With,
It's only
with
it's
a
because
point
of his
in it.
intelligence, okay?
Yeah, it's only because of his intelligence, guys. Come on.
I'm sorry.
So what does Stavik find out?
Well, Stavik, this is a temple.
Really pretty.
It's where people worship gods.
I can't even say I'm the pretty one.
You did that to yourself.
Louie,
No,
Zu'lin.
I didn't do this to me. You kidding?
No.
You wrote his
Valenti-
backstory.
Valentino can definitely
Yeah,
be
but
able to
I
say
didn't
that.
do it.
Just point of order, I believe Stavik made the choice to drink the draft to undergo this ritual, not knowing that he would turn into a skeleton, but
That's what I'm
He did-
saying.
He
He
still
did do
did
it.
it to himself.
Yeah.
Wait, it was a beer? This explains so much. It's
Yeah,
a
it
very
does.
village thing.
Yeah, it is a very. I mean, it is a very
I should
village
stick
way
to
to imbibe a
IPAs.
potion. Ugh, please don't. So, Louie, Zu'lin, Xander, the three of you are going to recognize the iconography on this building as the intertwined holy symbols of Atavai and air.
Louis just
Oh.
physically moves his entire body to look away.
They are the gods that share the domain of community, and they cover basically masculinity and femininity and the values therein. So they're the basically the god of the twin god, not twins, but the gods of marriage, family, and community.
Ancestors for Atavai?
Yeah, ancestors, all that stuff. Yeah, so it's more like what would almost be like traditional animism kind of ancestor worship falls into their stuff as well. But yeah, they're the gods of community, and they're also known as the gods of the hearth, since they're meant to be like the gods of civilization.
in stark contrast to Louie, Xander is smiling brightly.
Yeah. So it appears to be a temple dedicated to air and Atavai.
Can we keep moving?
Gotta go mine.
Yes, let's keep moving.
All right. Well, you head deeper in, and you find yourself just beyond that. On the other side of the forum is a small shrine. It looks to be. It's sort of constructed in this round, open air building that's made of multiple arches with a small roof over it. One could describe it as an ornate gazebo. In the center of it is a small pedestal with a holy symbol built onto the top, and there are a few trinkets and offerings left there. The symbol built onto it is of an all-seeing eye that is wrought out of stone, and the trinkets hanging off it are polished coins or polished gems. Not terribly expensive looking ones. You think they're probably either like stage jewelry or fake, or generally low quality. But there's a few offerings there, and it's a small shrine to another god that you may be able to identify with a very simple knowledge religion.
27.
That is a shrine to Fess,
Yep.
god of fate.
Yep.
Louis seems more indifferent.
And as you get deeper into this forum, further on to the north is the river itself. And as you get closer to the water, you can see that there is a film on the surface of the water that reflects the light in kind of a prismatic way, indicating that there's like a skin of oil across it.
Huh.
Or something like that. And also, there are fish floating on the surface of the water, scattered across this lake. And you realize that that is the source of that sour smell, of that decay that you were smelling, that's been throughout the entire city. There are a number of people that are using long-handled nets, and they're trying to skim them out of the water, collect them into wagons, and run them out of the town to burn them.
Interesting.
Can I do any form of check to see if I can identify what kind of oil this is?
Yeah, you would need to get a little closer to physically examine it, but yeah, you could certainly try.
Is there any way for me to get closer to it, or is it a drop down?
There's a bit of a drop, but there's also a few places where there's like access stairs, just in case like someone needs to get into the water to get in and out of it. So
Yeah, I'll do that.
but yeah, you can certainly do that. So you
Xander
head
will
down.
follow.
Okay. The two of you head down one of these flights of stairs, and the stairs just go into the river, basically. So there's the stairs continue on underwater. So whether the river is up or down, continues on for a while. So where the water level currently is, you can just walk all the way down to the water's edge, and you can see this oily residue has clinged to the surface of the water and also to the masonry of the staircase, and also of this kind of, it is a river, but at this particular spot it's actually more like a canal, because the sides of the streets are built up in such a way that the river's channeled through it. And were it not for the disgusting smell and the oily residue on the water, it would actually be a very picturesque area. Like, there's beautiful trees planted on like this walk along the sides of this river or this canal district. And you get the sense that this was probably like a relatively beautiful place before this happened. Now it's just kind of turns your nose and turns your stomach just to breathe here.
How much nicer would it look than Kanya's?
I mean, significantly.
Okay.
Incredibly significantly. You think that if this were cleaned up and not in its current condition, you think that people might actually vacation here. People would come here for the view, and come here for what would likely be an interesting, street walk or city life. Kanyas is generally a dirty, dingy port town filled with people that stab you.
I was gonna say, yeah. Yeah, so I'm gonna get a small bottle out and put them in and kind of inspect it.
Yeah. So what I will
Me
take
too.
is a craft alchemy from you, Zu'lin, and I will take a roll me a knowledge religion for Xander.
That's a 33 for Zu'lin.
Nice.
Wonderful.
35?
Ooh.
Motherfucker.
Good rolls. All right. So Zu'lin and Xander, the two of you get a chance to really take a look at this stuff, and you see that this strange residue does have some oil-like properties. You're not sure what it's actually made of without taking more time to examine it. But it certainly seems lighter than water, so it does float on top of water. And it also seems to have certainly a negative effect on the wildlife. So it's probably toxic, judging that it's, likely killed all these fish. While you're examining that, you can also see that the fish themselves look a bit weird too. They look kind of lumpy.
I'm gonna take a fish.
Yeah, you
I'm gonna-
nab a fish
Mhm.
out of
I'm
there.
gonna cut into that lumpiness.
Yeah, the fish are covered in what look like tumors that have grown underneath their scales, and in some places ruptured out of their scales. So they have these sort of tumorous
Wow.
growths in them.
Does this at all seem like the effects of like extreme negative energy?
So with your check, you do sense something in this, and that is that you, both in the oil and in the fish, you can detect Owen's power.
We're here! Hooray!
Xander will make that same face as he scrunches his face and turns to Zu'lin and says, "I believe we are in the right place, my friend."
Now, it is minimal. It's almost like an echo, but it's there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I would sure hope so, since your father, as it were, did bring us here.
That is true.
But on the other hand, this does not seem to be very worth my while as a substance, and he's just gonna flick it out of his bottle.
That's fair.
Xander will keep several bottles of this liquid and several fish.
Okay. You start to collect them up. Some of the workers that are skimming the river for fish to clean this place up, kind of give you both some side eye, and then we'll call down to you if you like that. There's a wagon up here if you want to toss those fish into it to burn.
Thank you, friends, but we actually have a wagon of our own, so we don't need that, but I appreciate it.
So as long as you don't eat it, it makes you awful sick if you do.
Don't worry. I don't believe we have the intention of eating it.
Don't worry, I don't
Or what?
believe in food poisoning.
All right. Well, the workers will leave you alone after that, assuming the two of you are just crazy and leave you be.
Accurate.
And
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
probably.
Yeah, so we'll head back up the
okay,
stairs.
you head back up the stairs and rejoin the rest of your group.
Louie's head was poked out of the carriage during the meantime, and he's just kind of watching you two return. So what's going on?
Well, whatever's in the oil is definitely causing some kind of tumorous growths in the local wildlife.
Ew. All right.
It's
Is it a
Got-
mutagen?
traces of Owen's energy in it.
I see. Well,
Oh.
we'll trace the traces then.
Yeah, that should
Yes.
be totally difficult, right?
I mean, it's not good that it's happening, but it's good that we have our next step.
So would we head up river?
I think it would be best to identify when this started happening, where they noticed it first, and track that point of contact between likely the dragon and this area.
Agreed. So where should we begin? Although I suppose you would have the most ease in talking to the locale.
That is true, though. We could perhaps, since there are three of us who likely speak languages they can understand, we could maybe ask around while I don't know what the others would do in that situation, though.
I can get us set up at an inn and everything, okay? That way those who don't speak the trade language can stay with one of us. Or we can all split up, like have people who don't speak the language with someone who does speak Elven, in the very least? Or...
Yes, I think that's a good idea.
Okay. So we'll start there, and Louie will turn to the three who do not speak Elvish. Who do you guys want to pair up with?
I think Bastian made a good point before. Body language is basically universal.
So would you like to
Compare with
wander by
Bastion?
yourself then?
Well, depends on where each of us are going. I figure I was going to seek out this Adventurers Guild anyway, because I think it will probably bring us onto some good leads if we aren't able to find out exactly where he is right here. And if we are and we're stuck here for a while, it will still be something good to know about. So if someone's going that
Well-
way, then I'll go with them. But otherwise, I'm sure we'll find a way to communicate.
a part of me wants to go with Valentino, but the other wants this scene where Valentino tries to fill out a form just by going.
How you doing?
Freaking walking down the street like Spider-Man. Hey.
I suppose I could join you, Valentino.
All right, thank you.
I go with Louie.
Go ahead.
Yes.
All right.
Then I guess I'm with Xander then.
I'll see you later, Bastion.
Yeah.
Notably, before we head there, Bastion, we're going to the Church of Pelias. So, if you're going
you gotta
to
like dress up.
No,
You have to go to church.
I was gonna
Take me to
say
church.
it is a church where you might see some things that might look excellent on your shelf rather than in the church. But just
like
be
a
careful.
lot of stuff is worth stealing.
Yes. If you're going to do
I'll
that,
be careful not to
very
get
careful.
Yeah, I won't get caught. It's fine.
Understood.
Yeah.
Xander, you're probably the best at. No, wait. How do I want to word this? Just
He tilts
be
his head.
safe, okay?
I will try my best. So
All I'm asking is for
we're
trying.
heading-
You don't have to promise.
that's fair. We're heading to the church. You're heading to the Adventurers Guild, and the two of you are heading to secure us lodgings.
I guess so.
Okay.
Once we're done with lodgings, we can go around and at least talk around to people. Or at least I can. And Stavik
Okay.
will be with me.
I mean, you seems able to communicate with the people, and I'm curious, and I'd like to watch.
All right. Okay.
All right. Well, I guess where do we meet up then?
It's hard for me to actually communicate with you all without magic, actually.
I mean, well, right here. This is kind of like a central area, right by the river.
Sure. We can meet back here
Sure.
about an hour and a half. 2 hours. 2 hours is safe. That way, if something comes up, whatever.
Okay.
So
2 hours. All right.
Bastion,
Yeah.
please don't cause too much of a ruckus.
What? What do you mean? Don't cause too much? What,
Don't get
what? Why would
caught.
I be the one to cause a ruckus?
Don't get caught.
Do I look like I get caught? What is this?
Louie smiles.
All right. Look, you don't cause a ruckus. How about that? How does that sound?
I will try my best.
All right, good.
Hey, Bastion. Cause a fucking ruckus.
I mean, as long as I don't know who did it. You guys might hear some church bells or something, but it's not me. Or, I mean, it was me, but they didn't catch me.
That's what's most important, I suppose.
I wish you the best of luck, Xander.
Both of you.
Oh,
Thank you.
here. You can have all of mine. I don't need it, apparently.
Well, I hope all of our endeavors go smoothly.
Agreed.
But if they don't, I will see you all back here soon.
Or in hell. Louie just waves as he starts to hop onto the back cart, which is Zu'lin's, so that his get transported, and he just kind of waves Stavik forward with the other cart.
I don't believe you're going to hell, Louie, and I certainly am not.
Pretty sure we all
He doesn't-
kind of stuck in the maelstrom right now.
He doesn't answer, but you see him smile for a moment as he just looks back for a second and then urges the horses forward.
Are you taking your cart or?
We're taking all the carts to lodging.
Mhm.
So if Zu'lin
Oh,
needs it, it's fine. He can have it. But Louie just figured it'd be easier to just take them all at once.
Oh, for sure.
Just take it all.
Xander is gonna watch to make sure everybody safely gets out of view and isn't accosted by guards and hauled off to prison. And then once everybody is completely out of his sightline, then he will nod to Bastion for them to leave, just in case anything happens, because you never know in a foreign
Alright.
land.
You got it. So the group splits off into 3 teams of 2 and heads off to different parts of the city. So my question is, who would like to go first?
Nose goes.
Grem.
It's the Adventure Guild.
All right.
Got it.
Didn't even try.
Well,
where's
technically, it would be Stavik.
Because
This
no
is
nose.
true.
It's terrible.
Who knows?
Well,
So where's the Adventures
So-
Guild?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's gonna be the trick now. Is finding where this goddamn guild is.
Well, is there any sort of signage that would indicate any sort of like cross swords and shields, maps, that sort of thing? Any sort of adventuring iconography
Or do we see any adventuring types around a
That-
specific building?
too? Yeah, actually, Valentino would probably be more keen on that.
perceptions from the 2 of you.
Yes.
Front row.
The 15.
That's a 21. Anything?
1 second.
Okay.
All right. So
Oh,
with your 15 and 21, as you look around, you see the crowds in town, the folk, the general life force of the city, the arteries of the streets moving with people and commerce and carts and whatnot. A lot of them seem to be dressed as standard laborers, fishermen, dock workers, various professionals of different kinds of sorts. People that are not very heavily armed in any way. So the 2 of you look around, and you don't really see any adventurers like yourselves around this part of town. You also look around for signs, and there aren't really many signs in this town. The streets aren't really marked in a clear way, and there doesn't seem to be any kind of like public directory of any sort.
Do I see any elves of any kind?
Looking around, you will see elves. Yeah,
I'll stop.
there are not very many of them in town, but I would say maybe 5 to 10% of the people you're seeing are elves. But they are. here.
I will stop one and say, "Oh, beg your pardon. I'll only take a few moments of your time. We're looking for an adventurers guild." And this is obviously an elven.
Oh, that's well, you're on the wrong side of town. That's over by the civil administration.
That would make a lot of sense why we were making much headway over here then.
You must be new in Midlin.
Indeed.
Are you from out west?
We took a ship here, so not quite out west.
A ship.
Indeed.
My friend, you have no gills?
Indeed. It's quite a long trip, you will see.
Are you saying you're from the old lands?
I suppose that...
They look at you curiously.
I suppose that depends on what the old lands are.
Well, it's where all the humans came from.
Then I would say potentially, but I cannot guarantee.
Very odd. Well, I didn't realize there were boats from the old lands arriving.
Well,
Did you-
only one.
This is most troublesome. Worrisome, even.
Nice.
In before, a mob of people swarm Zu'lin and take him off and begin doing experiments on him. That would be funny.
Yeah.
Oh shit, that would
The
be
irony.
hysterical.
Oh, in either case, thank you so much for your help.
Of course. The elf kind of sidesteps you and goes about their business.
Zu'lin isn't coming back soon. Valentino is gonna get ready to start climbing on some rooftops so he can get a vantage point.
Oh, he comes back. I assume he has
Okay.
separated from you very much.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I figured as well.
It does appear that we've been on the wrong side of the river.
Oh, that makes sense.
Very friendly folks around here, I must say.
So they give you directions where we're going?
Zu'lin looks down to Valentino and then points in the direction.
You
Within enough
point
for me.
north.
Yep.
All right. Well, the two of you make your way to the north. You eventually find one of the two bridges, the easternmost of the two bridges, and you head across it and find yourselves on the northern side of the town. On the northern side of town, you do see that the buildings over here are largely smaller, most of them at least. They seem a little bit older, a little bit smaller, and a little bit more run down. You get the sense that this is probably the like the heart, the original part of the city that it grew up out of.
Mhm.
And to the east, you can definitely smell a concentration of fish, but not the fetid, rotten fish, just normal fish smell. But as you get to the north, you see a large, much more decorated building. It's about 4 stories tall, and it's done in a very Protean style, and it seems to be some kind of town hall, you would guess, based on its general look and the fact that it has multiple town guards outside of it, sort of almost in a ceremonial position, guarding the doors.
Make another check to see if we see any adventuring types in this area.
Sure. Yeah. Give me another perception.
Wonder he wants to let me do that.
As a 17.
Sure. So looking around the this square that this building is in, there are a couple of food vendors that are like selling street food. So they have some carts set up and they're selling various foods, which is sort of drowning out some of the nastier, fetid smells that are drifting in from the river to your south. And eating some of the street food or waiting in line for some of the street food are people that are wearing clothing that is a bit more recognizable to you as defensive garb, so armor. So you see people wearing, chainmail or wearing breastplates or wearing, in some cases, full plate. Some of them are wearing robes. And they look, wizardy, things like that.
Wizardy?
So wizardy, indeed.
Oh shit!
Yeah. So
They
you
getting
can certainly.
harassed?
No, they're not.
Holy wow!
Yeah.
They're not
Yeah.
actual mages. This is the LARP Society.
Yeah.
So,
It's all above board. Yeah.
we found a fucking. We thought we found Avengers Guild, and it literally was a LARP society.
It's a LARP
fucking-
society.
It's a
You guys-
a Renaissance fair in a fantasy world.
Yeah. You guys join
You
it
gotta
and
go-
someone
before
casts
you go in, you
lightning
gotta-
bolt. They throw a bean bag at you.
And they just kill
Louis-
them with a lightning bolt.
Louie just reflexively fires back and burns down half the place.
Hey,
They
I
have,
can't
a
use
wall
fire
of,
right now.
beards.
Okay.
Well,
So yeah,
does
You see
appear to be our place. Although I suppose, should we have planned where we are coming from? Before I was asked where I was from, and it eventually divulged into I was from some like unknown land or some whatnot.
An unknown land sounds great. Or you could just tell them Kanye's, huh?
That would probably lead to more questions.
Like what?
Well, for starters, where is Kanyas?
Well, then you just tell them I'm bad with directions.
This does seem easier when I am doing the talking.
Well, then I'm sure you got that handled, yeah.
You hear a sigh.
Deep below the beak.
I mean, if you think it's easier, I'm not going to stop you. I don't think there's too much to worry about. I mean, I suppose I see what you're saying. We have some sort of cover story. Like, then what?
I suppose you are correct. That may not matter much. And I suppose I could also say that we're from many different places.
Yes, I mostly intend to be straightforward and honest about it. If there's anything weird about that, they'll tell me, and then I'll know.
Well, I suppose let's head inside and see where we get signed up for this said adventuring.
You know, so you're able to speak with people using Elvish, but you're not. It's not like you learn the local tongue while we are here, no?
No, alas, no, but given time, I could get some of the reagents to make a potion that would make it a little easier to at least understand.
I was thinking like a book or a tutor, but I mean, whatever floats your boat, man.
Oh, eventually, but in the short term, it may be useful.
Oh, sure. I mean, your potions work pretty good. I trust them.
Luckily, it does seem that the language seems to be based from older Protean.
That's correct,
Yeah.
right?
Fortunately, yes. That's great.
Oh, I am so sorry, friend. Did you, by chance, not know Protean either?
I mean, what's the point, really? Like, it's a dead language, you know?
Wow.
It will be when we're done.
Oh.
Well, this is quite important for a lot of the sciences. A lot of different... Well, we can talk about it later, but I would definitely recommend that you at least get a partial knowledge of it. It is such an interesting language, after all.
It does have a bit of flair, but I don't know. It just kind of tends to have a bad association, I feel like.
Just in a political sense.
Kinda, yeah.
I suppose I do not worry myself with such matters, though.
Well, I don't know. I guess I'll learn some of it. I mean, I intend to learn the local language while we're here. Because why not? That's how I learned every other language I know.
It certainly will make our lives easier. And Zu'lin and Valentino, I assume, have walked to this this building. So it seems like these people are coming from this kind of hall area. Is that correct?
So the big building in the middle of this square appears to be like some kind of Protean style town hall. There's some guards outside of it wearing the same uniform that the ones that were at the gate of the city were wearing, with the tabard with the gull on it. There are street vendors around this area that are selling food, since it's kind of mid-morning at this point. They're selling food to people on the street, and those are either people that are coming in from this building in the middle of the place, but there's also people there that are dressed in more like adventure-y clothing, right? People wearing armor and wielding more prominent weapons. So they're in line, like eating food of various kinds. It looks like some sort of fish inside of a bun.
In that case, we will approach the door. You said there's guards there?
Yeah, they seem to be like ceremonial guards. They're standing in front of, like, they're flanking the sides of the doors to this building.
I look at Valentino. Do you suppose we can just walk in?
I mean, I don't see how else we would get in there.
Do it. We walk
Okay.
in the door.
You walk right in. The guards don't stop you. Inside, there are a number of different hallways that go off to different places, and there is a reception desk directly in front of you that is recessed into the wall directly in front of you. There's a fountain in the center of this large room that is bubbling with water. There are murals painted on the walls to your left and right, and if you look up, there's a sort of a domed ceiling to this room as well, and it has a beautiful painting that as you go around in the circle, it kind of covers all 4 seasons of the year. So it's like it represents time and it's like city life throughout the year above you. In the recessed area in front of you, on the other side of this fountain, is a desk built in to, like, for people to go in from a different room to give the impression that they're inside of like a little space. It's difficult to describe. They appear to be some kind of attendant. It's not the proper word.
Receptionist?
Receptionist is also a little bit not quite, but close enough.
I'm going to go up to this receptionist attendant person. Oh, perfect. Excellent. If there's like a stool or something on the other side, or is it just like a standing?
It's like a standing thing.
All right, well then I'll just hop up on top of the desk, I guess. Good morning.
And what language are you speaking?
I'm speaking Halfling.
Okay.
I realize you probably can't understand me, but I figure if I talk long enough in a language you understand, you're going to understand that I don't know what you're speaking, and we'll have to communicate some other way. So, looking for Adventurers Guild, and I pat my sword, pat in the hilt, and like kind of, where would I find that?
The attendant looks at you, blinks a few times, and then speaks back in Halfling, though it's accented in a weird way, but it is understandable to you.
Oh.
And what they'll say is, of course, this is the civil administration's office.
Oh, apologies. I made.
It's quite all right. If you must be new to Midlin. No, if
Yes.
you're looking for the Adventuring Guild, it's located just to the northwest, 1 block over.
Because I am new to the region, is there a library somewhere I could get, some basics on the language?
Oh, of course, there is a city library. It's located, actually, also fairly close to here. It's 1 block to the southwest.
Excellent, thank you so much.
Hmm?
Hop down, walk over to Zu'lin. Well, that was easy.
What was easy?
Oh, I've got directions.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, and I was thinking, what if someone is determined to figure out where we're from? What if we just said that we were attacked by a mad mage and we were transported here? You use their fears against them.
I mean, I figured I was just going to tell them the truth, tell them that we were put here by a god. It's kind of like a hard argument to disagree with. Like, okay, you can't really have more answers than that.
I suppose. Although I do feel I was actually pretty proud of that lie.
I mean, it's not a bad one. If you want to go with that, we can have, like, we can make both of these work. I think we get a feel on what exactly mages, like, what people's beef is around here. Make sure that it's not, we're not misreading it.
Indeed. So you said this is not the building, then?
No, it's just a couple blocks off.
All right, so
There's a library nearby as well.
I'm sure that we'll be hopefully fascinated.
Yeah, we could probably find them there if we want to meet up with everyone early. I'm sure he sniffed it out.
Get a chortle out of Zu'lin.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll head out of the building.
Okay. And did you want to head toward the library or the Adventurers Guild?
The Adventurers Guild.
Okay. You travel to the northwest 1 block, and you see a squat building that looks more like a barracks than anything else. It looks kind of like a guard barracks. It's fairly ugly. It's only 1 story tall. It has barely any windows in it at all, and the building's made of like this, again, thick stone walls, and the entrance to the building has a plaque built into next to the door that looks like it's sort of a bronze plaque set into the stone itself. As you approach, you have trouble reading it. Seems to be in a language that is not quite Protean.
I'll make an attempt with linguistics.
Sounds good.
Is it 18? Not too bad.
You have a lot of trouble reading it. It says something like "traveler's home," something like that.
Adventurins Gorned.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the place then.
I would assume so.
And so I'll open the door.
All right. You push the door open and step inside, and the front area is built in sort of this pillared style. It's a long hallway, a long hall itself. The room itself is probably 30 feet by 60 feet. There are benches around the outside of the room. There are a couple of tables located in different spots. There is a large, like a high counter with a few people behind it, and each of them have like stacks of books and ledgers. And there are a few people in here talking to the attendants at the counters as you walk in, and there's a few other people scattered around the room at some of the benches around the sides of the room, talking in like small groups of 3 or 4 each. The room itself is quiet, and it's just sort of the echo of conversation creates sort of the strange auditory effect in here, but they're all speaking in that local language that's kind of difficult to fathom.
I'm sorry, did you say there was if there's a reception desk or anything like that here?
Yeah, there's like a tall counter and a couple of people behind it, but they're both talking with what appear to be locals.
Right. Well, wait my cue in line.
Sure.
Valentino's
You step
gotta
behind
wait.
them, and they seem to be, based on what you're seeing, it looks like these people in front of you are not dressed like adventurers. They're dressed as common folk, and they seem to be like lobbying some kind of complaint or some kind of issue that they're explaining to these to the people behind the counter. Once they're finished, they depart and head out of the room, and the attendant looks down at you and addresses you in the local language and says something.
Good morning. You speak Halfling?
They frown, look at you, look at the other one. The other one shrugs and will lean forward and say, in very broken Halfling, "Hello, cousin."
Aww.
Hello, looking for register. New group.
Adorable.
They like talk to themselves for a few seconds, like back and forth, and then lean over and say, "Cousin's speech not good."
Yeah, that's all right. You know what? I think we'll come back when we can speak the language a little bit. Or how about maybe you speak Elvish? Hey Zu'lin, you wanna back me up here?
Do you by chance speak Elven?
Oh, of course. Hello.
God damn it.
Ah.
No, we're just looking to register. Is this the place to do so?
Oh, are you a new group? Is it just the
Indeed.
two of you?
No, there's actually 6 of us.
Oh, I'm afraid for any registrations, all members have to be present. It is very strict within the guild's rules.
It's quite unfortunate. In that case, I suppose we'll have to come back.
What happened?
We're gonna have to come back.
I see. Oh yeah.
Apparently, all members must be present.
Okay, before we get everyone back here, I think we really need to talk. I think this is a good chance for us to think about some rebranding. We're not really like the circle. We found our circle thing, right? We've got that. That's all. That's all news. I feel like there's a chance for us to be something new.
Wasn't Bastion describing something about Meefs at some point? I don't know if I really agreed with such naming, but...
Me Squad.
It's on the table. It's on the table for sure.
I think it was the Golden Meefs, but Meef
It
Squad
was-
works
yeah,
too.
yeah.
The Golden Meefs is honestly better. I
Yeah.
think I hit. Yeah.
Although I suppose you
beefers.
could also kind of skew the terminology of Circle Seeker to mean coinage as well.
I mean, I don't know, but I'm not really. That's not my thing, though. Like, I feel like there's other groups out there that's like all they're about. We're not really that either.
No, I do enjoy my funding.
I mean, a little bit of coin doesn't hurt, but that's not really my primary motivation.
Well, do you have any recommendations?
I've been thinking about it. Like, I don't know. I feel like those red thorns back when we rescued Owen were important. What if we were like thorn cutters or something?
I have to admit I am not one for literary ingenuity.
Owen's gardeners. No, I'd have to think about it.
That's Eden, actually.
Yeah.
Keni, just to alleviate that face, that one was a bit. Valentino's not seriously considering that one, nor am I.
Terrible.
Yeah, that's the bit.
It's like the worst sports team I've ever heard of.
So if we're going to go along the same route, maybe the vine splitters, or like
That's
I
kind
said,
of how things went wrong, though, isn't it? So we split the vine.
I
don't
didn't
have to
catch
think about it.
much.
Or when things are right. I mean, that's how we got here, right? We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all that. I don't know. It's something to think about. I guess if we have to have everyone here, then we all got to agree on that anyway, because fuck knows people are gonna make a fuss.
I would assume that at least
Yes.
one will make a fuss no matter what.
It's true. You're right.
I
Even though we
will
keep the
say-
same name, I think that will happen.
I do believe that Louie has very particulars in what the name of our group would be.
We're not like looking for a circle.
Oh, do not be confused. I completely agree.
Well, what we could do, maybe we take a stop at the library, get
Owen's
ourselves.
chosen does partially rhyme, though.
It's pretty good. I like it. It's definitely on a good track.
But I suppose we should really get back to the group then after we grab a few street vendor items.
Well, what if we stop by the library, get ourselves a little formalized on the language, and then I mean, then maybe it is up to us, right? I mean, we tell them in their local tongue what this new brand is. It's not like anyone's going to have any complaints if they don't know what we're saying.
I do
Xander
like
does
the
that thing
idea.
again.
I say we go for it and see how it goes.
Yeah, Xander will be cool with whatever.
We'll head to the library quick and pick up some linguistic books from the local area.
You got it. Well, as the two of you leave the Adventuring Guild and make your way toward the library, that is where we will take first break this evening.
Hello, checkers and pleasers, and welcome back to Check Please.
Hello, here we are back at Check Please at last. We made it. And when we last left off, your friends Zu'lin and
Valentino.
for some reason the Grem was in my. I was like, I didn't want to say Grem. And they said,
You
Name's
could have just
literally
said
on our server.
you could have just said your favorite characters are going to the library.
Indeed, your favorite characters are going to the library.
Thank you.
Yes. So
I just
Valentino and
assume
Zu'lin.
Anyone can be randomly struck with shock trying to say Valentino's name. It's
true.
not your fault.
I was struck in awe. So anyway, the two of you leave the Adventurers Guild and make your way to the south, and you eventually find yourself at the Midlin Public Library. Seems to be a reasonable-sized library of no great expense or ado. It's just a pretty standard-looking building, and you can pop inside and take a look if you'd like.
I
Swear to God.
suppose the question is, how will we go about locating this book?
Which book?
The one that would help us in translating and understanding whatever this specific language is. I guess we could always ask for it.
Yeah, so they probably have like definite dictionaries in respective languages or something like that. Maybe.
I would like to go to the front desk of this library. And first of all, is there a Detlef?
What do you mean, a Detlef? I don't know. What are you talking about?
Is there Detlef? Is that better?
I need to know.
His name's actually Belted.
You approach the front desk of this library, and working on putting some books away is a kind of scraggly, bearded, or mustachioed man with a little mop of hair that seems to do whatever it wants on top of his head. He turns and looks at you. A big smile appears across his face. Oh, hello!
Even here.
Morning.
Indeed. It's wonderful to see you here.
If you say so. I'm just a librarian.
We were hoping to get a few books to better understand the local language. Would you be able to help us find anything?
Oh, sure. Well, we got plenty of language primers. But, well, they might be a little hard to read. Are you able to read Elven?
Indeed.
Oh, well, then I got a perfect one for you.
Do you have any that translate into Halfling?
Fuck no!
Fuck no!
First time Detlef has swears.
Like,
Fuck!
Get out of here!
That's reserved for Owen, okay?
yeah.
It's true.
See, yeah, I'll get into this on break. I don't want to say this on record. So,
Oh no.
So,
Oh, yes.
Detlef will walk away from the front desk. He'll go to the reference section, and he'll find a linguistic reference book that is designed to teach people in this part of the world to speak Elven, but it works the other way around too. So, they will bring it back and hand you this book. So it's basically half in Elven and half in this language.
Human, apparently.
What's up?
That's what we were told. It was human. Was what they
Well,
first people
that's
to say
what
the
your
language.
weird bumpkin farmer said. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only name that's been given to us so far.
Correct.
All right. Well, if this is all they got, then I guess you're going to have to teach me Elvish. Or is it Elven? That may be where we start.
Well, I will say my Elven isn't, of course, the top notch, but I could
It
give
doesn't
it a
have to be.
go.
So like, let's see. How would you say? Good morning, my fine gentlemen. I am here to present you with an intriguing opportunity in Elven.
Gentle elf.
The very words he chooses are inherently racist. It's disgusting.
I'll say the exact thing you said because I can't remember it anymore. I remembered half of it, and then as you kept on going, it was like,
Yeah, this is deleting the beginning.
Okay. All right. I forgot the beginning of that by the time you got to the end of it, but I'm sure it's gonna come back to me when it's in practice. How about saying simply? How do you ask for the bathroom?
no, it's quite simple. You would ask for the bathroom. Can I say that in Elvish?
I was so ready for you to make up some fucking Elvish words here. Be like swish swish,
Swish, swish.
swish swish, swish swish swish.
Yeah, that's how all Elven sounds, right, guys?
I wasn't
Yes.
prepared to shit on an entire language in this setting yet.
Oh, don't you worry.
We're going to Parthenay.
You just do the fucking the like intro to Lord of the Rings.
That's the Lion King. So I don't know what you're talking about.
So there's a
Right.
lesson being had.
Yeah.
We've gone
So
full
the two of
circle.
you perform some linguistics on each other as you try to do some studying on language over the course of a little while. And while you guys are studying language, we'll rotate around. So we've got two other things happening at the same time. We've got Xander and Bastion, who are heading off to find a temple,
Mm-hmm.
Take him to church.
go to church, and then we have Louie and Stavik, who are headed off to find a place to stay. Is that correct?
Lodging.
Yes.
So my question is, whomst would go first?
Them.
I'll let you pick.
All right. I'm fine with going first. I don't think it'll take a super long amount of time anyways.
You're welcome to do whatever you'd like.
So, while traveling, Louie will try to find some people who seem to have a gentle, friendly demeanor and attempt to stop them, to ask them where lodging could be found in town in Elvish.
Sure. So you ask around, and what you find is the response in Elvish are, they say, oh, there are plenty of places for travelers to stop. What sort of place are you looking for? Something that would be more upper class, more lower class? Something that is famous for something? We have a number of inns in the town that cater to different sorts.
What sort of famous locations are there?
Well, one of the oldest and most famous in the city is an inn by the name of the Oak and Ember.
Okay.
It's well known for its hospitality.
Is there anything else that's distinctly interesting about it?
It's been in continuous operation since the city's founding. It's the oldest inn in the city.
Would we be able to stable our carts and horses during our stay there, or is there another place I could go to do that?
Every one of the inns has at least some capability of doing that.
All right.
Have you never been to a city before?
No, I've been to plenty of cities. It's just I haven't been to this one.
Oh, very well. You must be from out west.
Mm-hmm. Sorry. I apologize. I'm just a bit of a newbie for the area.
A what?
New. I am...
Oh, of course.
And
Those noobs.
he curses himself at his, like, elvish errors. Anyways, thank you so much. We'll probably head there then.
Louie
Did we
Freeman.
find a good place to go?
Yeah, there was this really cool historic place that I heard about that is like the Hearth and Oak or something like that. And it sounds like a really cool place to check out. It's the oldest one
are we
here.
going there? Oh. Interesting.
There's
How-
probably
how
like a
old is
bunch
it?
of history in it.
How old is it? Did you find out how
I
old it
didn't-
is?
They started being weird about some of the word choices that I might have messed up. So I didn't want to continue the conversation too long to show how bad my Elvish is.
Oh,
I mean, it's
fine.
not the
There's-
worst. Like, I'm okay at it. It's just not my
It is
fifth-
better than me.
It's my fifth language, so it's...
Ah, I know two.
I think I know, like, 12.
Two languages?
Yes, two.
Yeah, which
One-
two?
What languages? You know, Villish
I'm just
and...
glad that Stavik knows one.
Oh, I guess village is just so technically three.
Oh, well, okay.
Village and I'm sorry. I speak Village, but then it's the common, and we just have it as common.
It's Burgese. We were
messing-
talking
Burgese, thank you.
Burgese.
Thank you. And Burgese and Abyssal.
Excuse
I'm sorry, I set you up.
Why do you know that language?
Oh, I was with Ida. We just practiced and I learned it with her.
Oh,
As you do.
gosh.
You know, like you do.
Hello, husband. Come practice dark tongues with me. We're learning the language of demons.
Of my people.
And,
I mean, of the demons.
I don't...
Of the demons. Yeah, definitely not.
Where'd she learn that? And Louie will switch to Villish at this point.
Oh dear. I do not know. This was important apparently for the translations, and it helped to it was helpful in
You translated Abyssal into that book?
You know, I now just realized.
By your tone, I am taking this as to being a bad thing.
I have concerns. I do. I have a lot of concerns of the things that have been making my nose and eyes bleed. And it makes a lot more sense now.
Why is this?
So, Abyssal. Demon language, right? Not devil
I
language.
guess.
Demon language.
Okay.
Infernal would be devils, law, and contracts, whatever you want to say. Demons. You're speaking the... you were speaking. You can speak the language of demons. And you learned it from your wife.
And it's the only language he knows other than his own language.
It's just, you know, it's reminding me of this moment when we were back in Luciana, where I was like, I hate all the gods, and you were like, oh yeah, well, be careful, because I said, you know, I got out of my bad situation on my own, and you were like, did anything talk to you? And I said, what the fuck did that mean? And you kind of just like didn't really answer that question, and now I'm kind of concerned about what that actually meant now that you've just told me this information now. And now I'm like, Stavik, has anything strange voices spoken to you or anything?
So this is the point in the story where I'm going to look to our DM because I don't know the answer to that question.
Oh, every day.
I don't know that aspect outside of my own backstory.
Yeah, no,
that I
you-
know.
I mean, as far as you're aware, you've never had an internal monologue, or rather, in this case, it'd be an internal dialogue with an outsider.
Okay.
Well,
So,
his wife.
I mean, that would be like a conversation.
Yeah, that
I'm
was a
saying
conversation.
purely a mental dialogue. If he's had voices in his head that have been speaking to him in Abyssal, you don't think you have.
Okay.
It doesn't ring a bell with you.
Yeah.
You were
A hell's bell?
No.
not hell.
A-
The abyss.
The Abyss.
Oh. Oh, the abyss.
So-
The bad
So
place.
I keep
So let me-
forgetting it's a
Really
let me-
bad place.
Let me just do a very quick
Super hell.
refresher. So
Okay.
you got the egg. Remember the egg?
Love the egg.
The egg.
Remember
Watermelon.
What's inside the egg?
Potato.
Yolks.
Us.
A bunch of yolks.
Everything is inside the egg.
Mhm.
Yes.
Right.
Heavens. Hells.
The heavens, the hells,
Yolks.
the
Mhm,
the
mhm.
elemental planes, the prime,
Uh-huh.
the materials, all that. All that's part of the egg. Okay. And then there's this
Mhm.
wonderful shell around the egg, and do you know
Yep.
what it keeps out?
The abyss.
The abyss. That's right. Very good.
Oh,
And the
dear.
abyss is the realm, the endless realm of demons.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Endless.
Why
Endless.
did
Yeah.
my wife? Why did I converse with my wife in Abyssal?
Hence
That's
Louie's
the question
concern.
Louie's asking.
That is, in
Yeah.
fact, the question being asked.
That
of
is a
you.
very good question.
Mhm.
And you may answer it
Uh-huh.
however you like.
Yeah.
Thank you. To my knowledge, no.
Okay. Okay. Continue.
I know that to translate certain things into Vilish, she needed me to be able to speak with her so that basically we could talk it out.
So, Abyssal is her mother tongue?
No, this was
Because that's kind of what
the-
it sounds like.
No, I don't know where she learned it, but to be able to learn how to be able to translate it into Vilish, it the thoughts, basically to get the thoughts out, it was easier, at least that way she explained it to me, it was easier to talk in the tongue that it originated from. And for me to understand it, she had to teach me how to at least learn it.
This was the most unexpected lore drop that happened in the middle of like a shopping trip.
I love
With
it.
half the party gone, of course, because that's how it's always got to be.
This is just the episode where we learned that your ex is the literal devil.
It wouldn't be the devil, the literal demon.
Right, the
the
demon.
demon.
Right. The Antichrist.
Okay. Can I just ask, is your wife a human, actually?
Allegedly.
Yes.
Are you sure?
I mean, I had a human daughter.
The traits don't
And-
always pass down. There are plenty of people that marry a Ifrit or something, and their kid becomes a human. And maybe further down the line, someone's a sorcerer, but that doesn't always mean that those traits appear with every kid.
To my knowledge, she was.
Okay. I'm a little concerned.
Well,
I'm
she's
very
dead
concerned.
apparently, so it's good, right? She's dead anyway.
You're dead.
It's true. True.
Louie's trying to give Stavik a look to, like, let him process that sentence.
Okay. Okay.
I'm just saying there's a possibility that your wife is Bones, too.
Your wife is just Bones.
Just Bones.
Just Bones.
The possibility is 100%.
Specifically, just Bones.
I mean, again, I was very exacting in my choice of words. Just Bones.
I mean, Louie doesn't know this, though.
Yeah, that's true. This is just me to Skrewy right now.
Thank you. Oh, God. Choices made.
Oh, it's not God. I can
It's
promise you.
Great. Okay. Well. So. I think my. A question. Would this. Me having the knowledge of this language be good to be looking at is there any documentation that needs translated? Because I can help with that.
In what fucking world would we...
I don't know. I don't know. But I think it's... the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm getting very concerned. And I don't like it.
Better late than never, I guess.
So where's that lodging?
It's this way. Stavik, I am morally required to tell Xander this, just so you know.
That's fine. I understand.
Good. I'm so glad.
Oh, goody, folks.
Louie designates Stavik to go and drive Zu'lin's cart, and he'll take the lead cart and just be rubbing his temples on the way to the Oaken Hearth and Home. Where the fuck we going? Oh.
You got it. You make your way to the Oaken Ember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he'll take care of lodging the horses and carts in the meantime, and then
Sure.
guide Stavik into the building, still rubbing the temple as his migraine's getting way worse for some reason.
Well, the two of you make your way after getting some directions to the place. The Oaken Ember is located pretty much smack in the middle of the town, right along the riverside. And
Delicious.
yeah. So, in a normal time, it would be a lovely view and would be probably one of the most sought after places in the city to stay at.
Nice
But
breeze.
You get the beautiful ocean breeze, you get the river to look at outside the rooms. But right now, with the amount of rotting fish and disease that has kind of washed up, it's really kind of empty right now. So while there might not have been vacancies at any other point, there is vacancies now.
We might get a good
So-
deal.
So you guys head in, and you are greeted by a woman who is round-faced with warm brown eyes, curly hair, tied back with like a length of cloth. Her hands seem calloused from years of work, years of handling hot cookery,
Mm.
And she gives you a big smile as you enter the building, and she says something in a language neither of you can understand.
Oh,
Oh, good.
sorry, can you speak in Elvish?
Oh, I can speak the trade tongue. Hello.
I'm so sorry. It's just, I'm better at it.
But you are human.
I have some elven ancestry.
I've seen a lot of ears in my day, and there doesn't appear to be a
Louie
bit of
will
point
move
to
his
yours.
bangs up and come forward, but do they have eyes like these?
She blinks and looks at your eyes. No, I must say that is an unusual color. Very well. I suppose that not every half-elf gets pointy ears.
It's more
Well,
like
learn
a
new things.
quarter elf, but you know.
Learn new things all the time. Well, apologies for the confusion. My name is Marla, and this is the Oaken Ember.
It's very nice to meet you, Marla.
Oh, it's lovely to meet you. And are you and your friend going to be staying here?
Actually, I have 5 friends, 6 total, that would be staying here, hopefully, if you have the space.
Normally, we would be booked up this time of year, but we're with the current happenings, we do have vacancies. But don't worry, it hasn't lowered any of our amenities, and our food quality has not changed. We haven't used a single one of the fish that have been washing up.
Good. I mean, I didn't think you would, but I appreciate you disclosing that nonetheless.
Of course. My husband can show you to your rooms. Theron, get down here. And a man comes down. He looks lean with kind of this ash blonde hair, streaked with silver, and is tied back into a very short ponytail. As he approaches, he gives you a warm smile, and it kind of shows off his green eyes that almost seem to sparkle in the light. You notice that his ears are slightly pointy.
Ah, hello there.
Hello. Oh, you have an interesting accent.
Do I?
Where did you learn our tongue?
Out west?
Huh. Interesting. Apologies. Welcome to the Oaken Ember. Me and my wife have ran this place for many years. Are you ready to see to your room?
Yes.
I have one with an excellent view, though. It would be more excellent if the river was clean.
That's
but
okay. I'm happy to.
They're
have a
working
good
on cleaning
view.
it up, from what I've heard. How long are you staying with us?
I'm not quite sure at the moment.
Oh, that's fine. An open-ended stay is absolutely fine.
It is?
Mm-hmm, of course.
Thank you. Then, open-ended for right now. Yes.
Very well. Come with me.
Mm.
And he'll go and ask if you have any luggage that needs to be carried.
No, I got my bag. Stavik, do you have anything that needs to be carried up, or? We're getting
No,
shown
I
to
can
our
manage.
rooms.
Oh, wonderful. No, I can manage.
Okay. We're both all right.
Very well. And he will show you upstairs. You actually go up 2 flights of stairs, so up on the 3rd floor of the building, and you are taken to a very beautiful room that has like an adjoining door with another room, and each side of the door has like a deadbolt, so they can be locked from either side.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so basically, you all each have a private room, but all of them can be opened to form one sort of like connected space.
Okay.
And yeah, you pop that open. or rather he enters you into this place, and he'll open up these shutters to let the sunlight in, and the view looking like he gives you a view to the north. So from where you're at, it looks down over this like river walk area that's all done in like proper like it's all manicured and beautiful like gardening done there. Now, of course, the smell and the river leave much to be desired, being that it's filled with nastiness. But he will still, show it off with a flourish.
How bad is the smell in the inn?
It's noticeable, especially now that he's thrown the shutters open.
Okay.
He actually braces himself for a second and says, "Perhaps I should close the shutters."
Perhaps, though.
And he closes the shutters, and then he'll walk over to a little thing that's about the size of an ashtray, and he'll light a small flash stick in his hand, and start burning some incense. That should clear the air. He wafts it around a little bit. It smells of cinnamon.
Thank you. I appreciate all the hospitality.
Oh, yes. I wish you had come to our fine city on a day where we're not dealing with such a unique problem. I've been living in this place for nearly 60 years, and I've never seen it quite like this before.
Perhaps things will turn up soon.
The man appears to look like a human in his early 40s, by the way.
Yeah, but he's a
So
half
he's
elf.
a half elf, but yeah.
You never
Hopefully
know.
they get it cleared out soon, and that you'll, at least before you have to go about your business, you'll be able to take in the view as it should be properly enjoyed.
I have a high hope that might happen.
Wonderful. Do you prefer, with your meal, do you prefer to imbibe with your meal, or do you just take water?
Imbibe.
We have a collection of dark ales and spiced ciders. Would you prefer that, or shall I fresh you some spring water?
Perhaps spring water would be good for me for the time being, but if that changes, would that be an issue?
Sure, that would be absolutely fine. And what of your silent friend?
Oh, he will do water.
He doesn't drink.
Water. He's
Very
sort of the fasting type, so he doesn't really
A holy man. I see.
Yes.
He gives you a polite bow. Welcome to the Oaken Ember, my friend.
He said, "Welcome to the Oaken Ember." He appreciates the fact that you're a holy man. Don't flash any symbols.
And Stavik will just politely bow.
And with that, this gentleman, Theron, will leave you both here, and they will explain that you have like the 6 adjoining rooms on this
Louie
floor.
unlocks all of them, opens all the doors, and just like looks from one side to the other. It's fucking huge with them all open. Oh, I can't wait to take everyone here.
Each room has a mattress that can easily hold 2 people. They are stuffed with what feels like goose down, and they have big fluffy pillows and blankets that are like triple stuffed, like like comforter style blankets.
Oh,
So this is likely going to be the most comfortable sleep you've had in a long time.
Oh, we get rooms to ourselves. Yes.
And also importantly, each room, the chimney system constructed in this place is rather interesting. When you first walked in, I did forget to mention this, and I should have. When you first walked in, dominating the public area and on the first floor is this massive stone hearth. Okay, it's this very long. It's like a 12-foot by 6-foot almost like open fire pit that's all bricked around, and then over top of it has this brick arch that leads off into this massive chimney that also splits off at different angles and runs through the upper floors of the building. So each room in this place has its own access to that hearth chimney, and it pipes heat directly into the room. Now, that's not super useful right now. It might get a little chilly at night.
It's still fall.
But every room has access to that central hearth. So it's a rather interesting piece of engineering in a place like this.
Stavik, you watch Louie open every drawer possible and just like look under things just out of curiosity in this meantime. Just it's almost like a very like childlike wonder he's displaying as he's looking around the rooms.
Stavik will nod, and he will head off. He will go over to one of the beds and kind of feel how plush.
Oh, they're very nice. Yes, they're very squishy.
Oh, we're gonna fucking sleep good tonight. Oh, yes!
A little while later,
Yes.
maybe 10 minutes after you were left here, Marla will come upstairs holding a tray that has about half a loaf of bread, 2 large bowls of what looks to be some sort of hearty stew, and a pitcher of what appears to be cold spring water. And she'll deliver it right to your room.
Thank you so much. Once we're done with the meal, do we set it somewhere specific?
Oh, you could just place it here outside your door. We'll come by and pick it up.
Thank you.
Of course. And
do
she'll
you
leave you be.
Take
go ahead.
tips or anything as thanks, or is that inappropriate?
We can handle the bill at the end.
Okay.
It's quite all right.
Thank you very much.
Mostly, we just want you to feel welcome.
Thank you.
All right, and she'll turn and leave, and a little bit of time will pass. So, what do you want to do with the rest of your 2 hours?
Louie will barely eat his food, but he'll look over at Stavik.
Did you want to put locks on your particular doors?
There's locks internally for each door, actually, so should be good. Plus, I'll freeze them at night.
Oh.
That's what I've been
I didn't know if
doing.
you added.
I always
Okay,
freeze doors
okay.
so that... I mean, if someone's trying to bust into a room, it takes them a little bit longer, and usually I can jump out a window or something.
You would hear them breaking it through.
Yeah, as long as I'm not inebriated in any way. Why was that funny?
You don't get inebriated all that often. So it's...
You haven't been paying attention.
Well, at least to my eyes, well,
I try not to get inebriated when I feel wrong.
that is true. Oh, well, I that is understandable. I do wish I understood what feeling wrong meant in a tangible sense.
It's hard for me to explain, to be frankly honest.
That is fine. I completely understand. It's a... How does one explain what one is feeling inside in a meaningful way to someone else? Because what one's perspective and perception of things may be completely different from another.
Yeah. I don't really want to ever tell you, though.
That is your right. You do not owe me anything.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that then.
Come, how long do we have? A little.
I
Do we have a little bit
don't
of
know,
time?
probably maybe in a little less than an hour at this point. Do you want me to try to teach you Elvish while we wait for the others? We should probably go back to the meeting place at least. I'm gonna leave my stuff here in the meantime.
That sounds. Yes. That. I will
What language would
utilize
you
the,
prefer to be the root of?
Well, it seems to be Elvish seems to pop up more than most.
Well, no, I mean, do you want to learn Elvish through Burgese or through Villish?
Oh, I think through Village might be a little more useful, so that
Okay.
there's no loss in translation.
Okay. Then we will do that.
We will have a practice session.
So, Stavik and Louie go back to the meeting place, and in the meantime, Louie will try to give Stavik simple, very, very basic words to use.
Mm-hmm.
Like, where's the bathroom, and hello, and goodbyes, etc.
Donde está la biblioteca?
Okay. I mean, I guess that would actually be one that Louie would.
If I can find Detlev, I will be fine.
Will you?
Oh, I don't like that. Let me guess. I shouldn't tell him. I know Abyssal.
Well, I don't think that's really an issue.
No, it's not.
Oh, that sounds even better. This motherfucker's from the Abyss. He's just the nice one.
That's
Such
that's a
sentence.
fun interpretation of that.
Yeah, that's an incredible take, what you just
love
said.
I
Wow.
love you, Skrewy. I love you. You're great.
So that is what Bone Boy and Ice Bro do while waiting for the others.
Wonderful. So are they going to be able to find you in any way?
We're going back to the
Oh,
place
you're
that we
going-
said we
sorry.
were going to be meeting
To
at.
the split place.
Wonderful. Okay. Wonderful. In that case, we go on to our third and final branch. Xander, you wanted to find a church.
Yes.
Which
Xander is looking for the Church of Pelias.
one? Wonderful. Okay. Well, as you make your way through the streets, is there any particular tactic you're going to take to find it, or do you just want to walk around and look?
Yes, he is going to go towards the nearest person that he can find, and he's going to essentially say that he is a member of the Cloth, and he's here to help fix the blight on the town and the fish, and he was wondering if they could give him directions to the Temple of Pelias.
Oh, of course. The Temple of the Gilded Tide. It's on the north side of the river. Just follow the coast. You can't miss it.
Ah, thank you kindly. And he will head off.
What'd they say?
They said that it's this way, Bastion.
Oh, cool. And the two of you make your way north, and you head across the bridge, taking you over into an older section of town. And then you follow along the river here until it meets the sea, and then you head across further to the northeast, going past a number of shipwrights and large docks where there are a number of boats in various stages of being either repaired or constructed. And just beyond that is a very beautiful looking building that is done up in a way to make it look like or rather, it is covered in like mosaicked seashells in such a way though that it's like the interior of like a mussel shell, where it's kind of has that lovely prismatic reflective quality to it. And the entire outside of this building is done up in that as a mosaic substance. So it has different shades and colors of shells, so that it's not just like looking like a shell. It looks like a scene of waves and of creatures swimming through the sea, of fish and of other aquatic life, of clams opened up with massive pearls in them. And the entire thing is incredibly well done. The building itself is multiple stories tall, and the outside of the building looks like a work of art, because it is. So yes, the sign on the building you can read says that this is the Temple of the Gilded Tide.
Looks like this is it. Quite opulent.
I mean, I don't know if building stuff out of seashells is like a good permanent solution to like construct with. I feel like this is gonna fall over or something.
Everything must end at some point, right?
I mean, yeah, I guess. It seems like a weird thing to make stuff out of, that's all.
Thematic, at least. I think Louie would enjoy the decorations here, though. I imagine he wouldn't be so fond of the big man.
Yeah, bro would probably be like, "Oh, cool art, wasted on the fact that it's a temple, though." Yeah.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Well, maybe if we find something inside that is mollusk, clam, oyster themed, but doesn't ring too close, we might be able to bring something back without him knowing.
Oh yeah, I'll definitely steal something for Louie.
Great.
No question.
And we'll walk in.
All right. Well, the two of you walk into the building, and as you do, you find that there is almost no one in here. The building itself is interestingly decorated and shaped. There are fountains and pools all over the place inside. It smells of the ocean, of course. All the water in here seems to be salt water, like all the fonts are salt water. And the area itself is largely abandoned. There's only one person inside the building, and they're kind of milling around the front of the building, effectively standing here waiting for people to come in. And as soon as you walk in, they walk up to you and kind of give you an apologetic bow and have a very dour expression on their face. "I'm terribly sorry. Our normal operations have ceased today. Almost our entire clergy is dealing with the issue."
Oh, yes, I am aware. That is actually why I'm here.
All right. What is it that we can help you with?
That is actually the opposite of what I was thinking. I am somewhat of a curse breaker. I'm not from here, but I witnessed the majority of your clergy performing that cleansing rite outside of the city, and I took a look at the waters and the blight that has infected them and the fish, and I was wondering if I might be able to lend my aid and perhaps cleanse this darkness from your city.
That is a very generous proposal, though. I would have to just refer you to people higher up in the order than me. I was the most junior member of the clergy here. You would need to speak with Brother Farron. He is the leader of this temple.
Of
though
course.
He is outside the city right now performing the cleansing rituals, trying to well, cleanse this blight.
Of course. There is something that you can help me with, though. I'm not very familiar with the lay of this land, and also I don't really know the timeline of this sickness that has beset the area.
The blight struck only a few days ago. There was a strangeness that happened. It was day, and then suddenly it was night. Though we have seen eclipses before, but it was not like that. This darkness moved much more slowly, like a creeping force across the world. It blanketed everything, and it felt like an itch upon the skin. And then it moved on, but ever since it was here, things have not been well in Midlin. The tides have been awkward. The oceans themselves have spat fish at us that are diseased. And now there is a darkness that clings to the very sea itself.
I see.
It is a bit worse than that. You see, and as he goes to explain, you hear a scream, like a blood-curdling shriek, in the back of the temple behind him. I have to go. Please remain here. And the cleric, the junior cleric, will run to the back of the temple. Bastion just looks at you and says, "There's nobody in this room with us, so I'm just gonna start stealing stuff."
Have at it, Bastion.
Wish me luck.
And Xander is going to count to 5, look down at his feet. I remained. And then he will follow the priest to the back.
Okay. You make your way to the back of that room, and you find a series of twisting corridors that you do your best to navigate. So please make me a perception check
Ooh.
to see if you can follow any noises.
28.
Success. You find your way through some of these corridors, listening for anything, and you can hear the calm, even voice of the junior cleric that was talking to you. And he's trying to calm someone down. And as you turn and go through the various corners and corridors, you find a door that has been left open, and inside there is a very simple cot. There is a man sitting bolt upright in that cot. He is covered in flop sweat. His eyes are wide open, and he's shaking, and he's looking around like a feral animal. And the junior cleric is trying his best to calm this man down.
When I look at this individual, does he seem like he is sick? Does he seem like he's possessed? Does he seem like he's cursed? All of the above?
He looks addled, I think is what I would describe it. He is he appears to be gaunt. So his cheeks are sunken. He has kind of this hollow look to his eyes. His movements are sharp, almost feral, like he's worried that he's in danger. His eyes are kind of clouded over slightly, like he has mild cataracts perhaps, and he has a very thin blanket over top of him, but other than that, he's wearing like simple clothes, like a simple shirt, like a night shirt.
Perfect.
Really. And he just seems very, very agitated.
Xander will walk in behind the priest and he will say, "I'm sorry, but I'm called to help those in need. I could not listen to your instructions for more than 5 seconds."
Brother Farron is going to be very upset with me.
That's only if he finds out, which he won't, because I'll be leaving relatively soon. Would you allow me to diagnose this individual?
Well, I suppose he washed in with the ink or the darkness, along with a
I
few
imagine.
others, though they didn't survive.
Fish people. Fish people.
Do you happen to know where they were buried, or were they cremated?
They were cleansed.
There's a moment, I don't know if he would recognize this, but Xander's eye twitches slightly when he says cleansed.
Mm-hmm.
I see. Well, let me get to work. And he is going to try and diagnose this individual. Can I do a heal check?
Yes.
Thank you. So that is a 21. I have a question for you before I ask my next question. He is alive, but would a profession... Okay, thank you.
He is alive.
He is alive, but would a profession mortician check be possible to determine if he is demonstrating any signs traditionally associated with someone who is on the brink of death, or showing any signs that his bodily fluids or tissues have degraded to a serious point that is not common?
You can make that check for those exact things, yes.
Sure. I will make those checks. So there is... That's a 37.
He exhibits no signs that he is cadaver-esque.
Good.
So,
Okay.
So the profession mortician check will grant you no additional information, at least, or rather, it will give you information in the fact that it doesn't give you information. If that makes sense.
Excellent. In that case, I would like to begin meditating.
Sure. The heal check, I didn't tell you what you've determined from that, though. You did get a 21.
Yes.
And you will determine that this is an elderly human male. You would assume by his relative just physicality, he's probably somewhere in his mid-80s. But aside from looking a little bit underfed, he seems to be in all right health.
Okay.
So he looks a little malnourished, but he seems otherwise okay. But he seems rather gaunt, but he looks like a pretty typical mid-80s human male.
And he doesn't present with any kind of physical ailments or diseases. It just seems like he's addled, right?
He's addled. I mean, he does have, like, maybe partial cataracts, which are not uncommon for people in that age bracket. So that's about it. But yeah, aside from just being in his mid-80s, there's nothing really major or strange about him.
Okay. If I concentrate on him, do I feel tinges of Owen's energy? Or
Echoes.
anything?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
He did wash in with the tide.
Makes perfect sense. So I am going to try something here. Xander is going to, after a decent bit of meditation, he's going to close his eyes, and then he's going to rub his hands together, breathe a cloud of golden dust onto them, and then he's going to reach out, touch at this man's chest with his fingertips, and then pull back as if he is trying to draw something out, and then crush his fist. And I would like to attempt remove curse, though I don't know if that will do anything.
Okay.
There is a remove curse.
Okay. And you need to make a caster level check, please.
Of course. That is going to be a hero point for this.
Okay.
That was a 10.
That was a 10, and we're hero pointing it because we don't want it to be a 10.
Yep. That's only a 13.
A 13. Okay. You use remove curse upon this old man, and though you put energy into him, you don't feel any significant change in his condition. He is agitated that you're trying to touch him, and he tries to pull back from your touch, and he begins to resist. And the junior priest is trying to like hold him steady and calm him down with soothing words, but he definitely seems agitated, and again, his movements are very very tense and twitchy.
Xander would like to try something else. He would like to kind of take one of the man's hands into his own and bring it close to his mouth, and he's going to murmur a couple of words to himself, and Xander would like to try breathing out a little bit of life energy into his hand and see if that does anything, or if he reacts to that whatsoever as an experiment.
Okay. It doesn't seem to have a noticeable effect.
Okay. Good to know. Good to know.
The old man, though, will look at you and he'll try to say something, but his voice fails him. The priest fetches him hands him some water, and the old man drinks it, coughs, and then will look up at you and say, "Why?"
Why what?
He holds his hands up and looks at you and says, "Why?"
I'm afraid I can't answer that question.
He just shakes his head slowly, looks down at himself, and just seems sad.
I will try my best to help you, though. Xander is feeling an immense amount of regret because he would be able to try that again, but he has donated a portion of his power to Stavik.
Yep.
And he cannot because of that.
Correct.
If I knew he was going to do that before the session had started, I would have had a bingo for you, for the card.
He will pat the man on his hand and say, "Do not worry, I will try again when I am able to."
He looks at you. As you pat his hand, he with unusual speed for a mid-80s human, will reach his other hand over and grab your hand, holding it to his. And he looks at you with partially blind eyes, looks you dead in the face, and he begins to speak. And he says, "The sea took my name first, before it took my face. I tried to hold it. It was like holding water in your hands. You ever try to hold water in your hands? It just slips
Yes.
through."
Life too.
The junior priest will try to hold up a water cup to this man again. The man looks at the junior priest and pushes him away. Says, "It had sails like skin, stretched, smoking. We saw it at dusk, cutting against the tide. No wind. It moved like it had a purpose. Didn't turn, didn't slow. Just came on." Garrick shouted to turn us about. But the lines coiled, an oar splintered. I saw it standing at the prow, face, bleached bone, its hands. Its hands were still bleeding. Oh gods. We sank, or flew, or fell into a mirror. I remember only the whispers. They spoke. And my father's voice told me I'd left the nets empty. They promised they'd make me strong again, but it hurts. It hurts to breathe. And with that, he goes silent, curling in on himself, and he lets your hand go.
I am very sorry that you had to see what you did, Xander says, knowing that he might not even be listening. And
the junior priest says, "Oh, it's all right. I'm trained for this sort of thing."
I'm sure. I believe I know how to... Yes?
He sort of slips in and out of this sort of state. He's probably going to eventually kind of tuck in and curl over and go to sleep for a little while.
Good.
So...
yeah. I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
I would be happy to make a donation to the temple. Would it be all right if I visited him again?
All right. I mean, we're not even really sure who this man is.
I believe I can help him.
All right.
I think you have done great work today.
Okay.
When this city is cleansed of the evil that resides here, I hope that you feel some pride in the fact that your actions have allowed for this outcome to take place.
If you say so, I'm afraid I didn't get your name.
You can call me Xander.
Oh, thanks for saying so, Xander. Glad to hear it. But I mean, I just was watching the door and giving this man some water, so I'm not sure what all I've done to deserve that kind of kind words.
You'd be surprised. Sometimes the most complex of problems have the simplest of solutions. But in any case, I will not take any more of your time. You have a most important duty to attend to. And he will get up.
All right. Well, thanks. And he gives you a wave as you leave the room. As you make your way through the maze of corridors, getting back out to the front room, I would like you to make a perception check, please.
Sure. Perception. 32.
So part of the mosaic and murals on the inside of this room of the main chamber is sections where there are like actual pearls mounted in different places. A bunch of them are missing. And Bastion's not in the room.
Xander is gonna look around, and is there like a main fixture for Pelias anywhere?
There is like a symbol. There's like Pelias' symbol, which is sort of like this open clam with a big pearl on it, done up on the ceiling over top of the altar. But there's not like a rendition of like a physical human form of him or anything like that.
Sure. Xander's going to head up to the altar, and he's going to brush his hand across it. It has been a long time since I've spoken your name. My apologies for my companion. I hope this is adequate compensation. and he's going to drop 100 gold on the altar.
Alrighty. Drop 100 gold on the altar, and then you can leave the
And
room.
then he'll leave.
You got it. Outside, you see that Bastion is playing a game by himself. He's standing over by the water, and he's throwing something up in the air as high as he can, and then seeing if he can catch it. And he's
Is
trying
it
to throw
pearl?
it higher and higher each time. It is a pearl, yeah.
Yeah. Having fun?
Hey, bro. Yeah.
Hello?
No, I'm great. How are you?
I am conflicted.
What about?
We'll talk about this more when we regroup with the others, but we are, in some ways, responsible for the blight in the city.
Really? Like all of
Yes.
this, the dead fish, the oily stuff. Dang. All right.
Yeah.
Well, if nothing else, at least we made some money off of this place too. He says as he like readjusts his coin pouch, and you can hear multiple things rumbling against each other as he shakes what sounds like a large number of pearls.
Sure, Bastion. Sure.
Yeah. So we'll make. Oh, by the way, don't worry. Like these Pelias types, they got more money than anybody. Like they don't need it. They'll be fine.
I'm aware. I think
Good.
they'll be fine too, Bastion.
Yeah, they'll be great.
Let's head back and maybe purchase some street food for everyone.
That sounds great. Yeah, let's find something cool.
Awesome.
Although
And,
I gotta say, the smell of this bay is really like putting me off of food right now.
That is understandable.
I mean, I grew up in Conyas and it never smelled this bad.
Yeah, it's quite bad here, but hopefully we'll have it fixed in no time. And
Sure.
he will begin heading back.
All right. Well, the two of you return to the area where your carts were, and at the appointed time, 2 hours later, all of your groups reconvene.
I think
Hey,
Valentino
everybody.
At least is a little bit late. Not for any
You-
reason. Just is.
Valentino. Yeah.
Louie will have been smoking a cigarette while attempting to teach Stavik. He's like crisscross applesauce on like a stone fence area or something.
I assume that Valentino and Zu'lin came back together. Is that correct? So I
Yes.
assume the conversation that would be occurring would be, so if you were to instead say, and he'll say something in Elven, then that would change the structure to stop motherfucker approximately.
It's true.
All right, good. Thank you.
Though it's not quite motherfucker.
It's a rough translation.
It's
of
really
course.
rough.
As long as it gets
It's
across
like,
that really hate a motherfucker.
You'll definitely be letting them know that you hate them if you say this.
Sweet.
So basically, to be if it translates mother of the child, it doesn't really work when you try to translate it
It's
out.
it's
does
kind
it?
of like it's like you're calling them an unloved by Eden, pretty much.
That's rough.
It's rough.
Ridiculous.
I know. It's hard to. No. The translation's rough, not the other thing.
Oh,
Well, how did everyone else's task go? I will say, unfortunately, ours was a bit short-lived.
I was able to acquire us housing at a really cool place, to be honest. I'm so excited to stay there.
Wonderful. And
better
how
than
about
that works.
What?
You just seem. I was just like, I don't know. I was. How cool is it?
I mean, it's the
Curious.
oldest like inn in town, so it's got all this history to it. and the beds seem really comfy.
Is it like cooler than the bathworks? I mean, I didn't mean to make it into like a thing.
It's probably the coolest place here to stay.
I mean, I'm sure it's gonna be great.
I mean, we're staying and it has to be.
Louie will put out his cigarette as Bastion and Xander approach.
I brought snacks, and Bastion holds up the 2 handfuls of some kind of paper. Like it's like something wrapped in paper, and it looks greasy as fuck.
I did technically, lunch, dinner? No,
Pray
breakfast.
tell, what is that you're holding?
Oh, they call them crisps.
Crisps.
Yeah.
Like
Crisps what?
potato crisps.
No, I don't think this is potato. Here, and he'll hand you one. If you unfold the paper, there's like a half dozen long pieces of some kind of fish meat that has been battered and deep fried. But they're thinly sliced enough that they actually they're hard cooked all the way through, so they're actually crunchy.
Louie already has one piece in his mouth.
As you eat it, you realize it is actually eel. It is super thin sliced eel meat, and it's ultra crunchy. It's also incredibly salty.
Probably pretty fast. Louie usually eats desserts pretty fast, but you can see him just kind of quickly eating the fish or the eel and putting it in his mouth.
It has been seasoned with vinegar and like big crunchy pieces of salt.
Okay,
Unfortunately, we will all have to go to the Adventurers Guild together in order to register.
Oh,
Are we doing that?
do we need
Why?
to?
Of course.
What's the point?
But then we have a network to work with. I mean, that can't hurt, right? I can't see any reason not to. I can think of a lot of reasons we could do it.
Does
but,
it put us in
do we
any
have to pay for it?
contracts or anything that force
Yeah,
us to
are we,
have to do things?
Obligated to do shit for people?
This was really bad happening. I have no fucking idea, man. But look, I mean, who's gonna tell us to do that stuff if we have to?
I'm just not really
We'll just do
comfortable
what we
in
always
signing contracts is all.
You think it's like a devil? I mean, this is a guild.
Just in general, out of my own personal priorities.
Well, it's there. We know the criteria is. So I guess that's that.
Also, on another note, Valentino was having considerations about potentially changing our name. I will agree, it does seem to be not as accurate anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's an okay name. It's just a little out of date, you know? We found them.
So we should be called the Death Chasers?
That's pretty cool.
I'm
We should have brought Bastion with you. I'm sure you have some really cool fucking ideas, Bastion.
Well, perhaps since Louie has already designed our logo, we could change circle to cycle.
Yeah, we could still keep the CS, right? Cycle savers, or I mean, it's worth. You guys are all hesitant on the signing up thing, so we got some time to workshop it.
For sure.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I guess if it just doesn't fit us anymore, we can always change our name.
I mean,
Kidney stabber.
Maybe not that.
That's a K.
Yeah, unless you're.
It's okay, Bastion. Just pat him on the shoulder.
I mean, unless you were thinking of Miss Govan. Yeah.
related news. This is perhaps something we should speak about more in private, but the current blight facing this town is partially our fault.
Well,
What's that supposed to be? We just got here.
so if we want to do this in private, all our rooms, they have individual locks in between the rooms, but they can be opened up so that our rooms are all connected. So that works as an area of privacy for us if we want to go to the inn for now to talk.
I think that might be a good idea. I feel like it might not be ideal for us, or for most of us, to be speaking in a foreign tongue.
I agree.
All right.
I've been trying to help. Me and Zu'lin have been trying to help these two learn a little bit of Elvish at least.
Oh, lovely.
It's
Which
going
is
okay.
trade tongue here, of course. At least that's the verbal use that they use. Also, I've lied to the innkeeper and told them that I'm partially Elven, like a fourth or something.
Okay. But you don't have pointy ears.
Yeah, I just kind of lied and told them that I got my eyes from that side of the family or something. I lied.
It is
okay.
necessary.
I'd like to look into Louie's eyes.
You look deep into Louie's eyes, and you can see the eyes of a Louie looking back at you.
Is there something special about your eyes?
They're purple.
Special.
His irises are purple, yeah.
Okay.
It's a very odd color for a human to have.
That's
You'd
true.
have to take them out
Yeah.
to examine them.
I know
What do
about
you
that,
reckon?
but is there anything special about them?
No, they're
look with your special
I
eyes.
guess one of them has a scar. His right eye has a scar that goes over his eyebrow, down over his lid, to the mid of his cheek.
I'd like to make a heal check, and just see if I know anything about what could cause purple eyes
Coke.
for a human.
Potassium.
Other than punching them.
Heavy drug use.
Lots of nerds in the diet in utero.
Yeah.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
Damn, that's a 29.
Hell yeah!
And your question was,
What could have caused purple eyes in the Lou boy?
oh, in Louie?
Yeah.
So purple eyes would be a very rare genetic trait. I'll actually PM you some information that I'm not wanting to say out loud.
Okay. You just send me Louie's backstory.
Yeah, this is just Louis.doc.
Does anything math?
I can assure you I don't know why Louie's eyes are purple, nor why he has a naturally growing purple streak in his hair.
Yeah, neither do I.
Fuck you.
Well, it's a little bit girly.
Wow. Bringing this up again.
Woo!
So
Sam.
we're gonna head to the
Yeah, Louie will lead everyone to the
Mhm,
inn. The Oak and Ember.
Oak and Ember.
Could you remind me of the proprietors' names, Beardy?
Yes, sorry. I saw your message earlier and I did
okay.
not respond. It is Marla and Theron. It's spelled Marla and Theren. Marla and Theron. They are a married couple that own and operate the Oak and Ember. They both appear to be in their mid-40s, though one of them is a half-elf.
And Louie will kind of describe the couple to the others just so that everyone gets a gist of the energy that we're going into. You're gonna love the beds. They're so fucking soft. We're gonna sleep good tonight. I can say that at least. I would recommend keeping the windows closed, though.
Why is that?
'Cause it's smelly
Alright.
otherwise.
All right.
But the
I've-
view is
I've-
great if you hold your breath. And I'm really good at holding my breath for a long time. What?
Yeah, I mean, it looks nice. You said that the mattresses are going to be comfy?
Oh, super comfy. You'll sleep well, I hope.
All right.
Once everybody has gotten a little bit of a bearing, Xander will just stand in the corner, just waiting for other people to be ready.
Once we're all in the conjoined rooms, Louie will actually pad over to Xander, and facing away from the group, he'll kind of move his head closer to Xander's shoulder, technically. Can't
Xander will
exactly.
lean over to one side.
And he will switch to the language that only those two share.
Mm-hmm.
Not
Infernal.
to alarm you or anything, but today I have learned that Stavik's wife knew Abyssal and taught Stavik such a language, which were some of the documents they translated into the book.
Xander just starts screaming.
Make me a perception check, Louie.
Oh, okay.
Twitch,
Very low
twitch,
DC.
twitch, twitch.
Very low DC.
22.
Okay. So when you say this, Xander is very still, like he's not even breathing, and then a couple seconds later, both of his sclera go black, and there's that effect like in a horror movie when something creepy is about to happen and the lights begin to flicker. The area around Xander begins to, it seems to like darken slightly, as if the light level has gone down ever so slightly and the shadows around are deeper.
Louie
And then it
will
stops.
allow Xander to feel that, I guess.
To feel how he feels.
And then
I'm in danger.
just ever so gently, Louie just places his left hand on Xander's shoulder.
Thank you for letting me know.
He doesn't know much, though.
Oh, of
Poor
course.
whale.
But I thought it was significant information that you would probably like to know.
Most certainly.
And for just a moment, Louie's head just kind of side bops into Xander's arm, and then he turns and kind of walks mostly towards the like pseudo hallway we have right now, where we can see through each other's rooms, and call into the area. Everyone ready to discuss?
While that's happening, Xander kind of looks at the wall, breathes out a couple of times as he reflects on the choice that he made earlier in the day and his inability to help this man. And
Okay, Stavik doesn't know this is
Oh, we
a
know.
bad thing.
We know you don't.
yeah, I know. That's part of the problem.
He doesn't
But it's okay.
know.
It's okay. Xander's not angry at you. It's okay.
Oh,
Xander will
just
turn around.
disappointed.
Is everybody ready?
Yeah, what's going on?
So I had a suspicion when we first saw it that has been all but confirmed after I dealt with one of the victims of this blight in the water. That inky substance is almost certainly the dragon's blood, as it were. The traces of Owen's energy that I can feel in the corruption is because he is literally tainted the land, the sea, the things that have been passed over. I encountered likely a sailor who was beset by that creature, and after being exposed to it, he's in a very poor state. That's what I mean. Our inability to stop it and our wounding of it has likely directly led to the blight here in Midlin.
Oh,
Well, I mean, that's not excellent, but like, we have a lead.
Yes. We
Okay.
do.
So we just need to find out where this stuff's coming from and stop it.
Yeah. Should be simple enough.
Probably. If we can find the source, that might be a solution. I may be able to use my connection to Owen to neutralize it potentially. I would have to do a little bit more research. The other thing, though, is it headed someplace specific. There's a chance that we may not be able to resolve the issue unless we stop it directly, which would likely require us to leave this place.
Are we going on the ocean?
Well, the fish. Did we notice Zu'lin taking the fish?
I mean, if you were
Keeping
watching
them?
him, yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
I didn't keep
could've-
any.
yeah. Oh, I think
do it
Xander
back.
kept
Xander
one,
does.
I
Oh,
believe.
Xander has like 5.
Yeah.
the fish, are they from the ocean or from the river? Because if it's in the river, we know it's that way. If we know if there are ocean fish, then they are that way.
Beardy, as we were walking along the coast, did
Yes.
I notice any particular difference in the quality of the? I mean, I'm sure that the dark dragon, that was like the sea area, but did the inland water also look the same quality, the same amount of blight in it, or anything like that?
There is blight in the city up to about the second bridge. So I'll put a little mark on the map here to demonstrate.
So it's a little bit farther than our inn.
Yeah. So there's a blight in the river that goes almost to the second bridge, and then it's basically the entire bay is this horrid, inky darkness. So it looks a little something like that. But it doesn't. If you go west of town, the waters of the river are clean. So if you can actually see, like if you lean out the window and look to your left, you can see that the dark ink doesn't make it to the city walls.
Okay. I would like to do a little experiment and take out one of the vials of the water, and Xander is going to hold it between his hands, and I would like to try casting Purify Food and Drink and see if that has any effect, though I doubt it will.
Ooh.
Okay, you do so,
nice.
and it has no effect.
That's what I thought. Okay.
So we need to get rid of this at its source.
Likely. There may be something in the water at some point deeper in the bay causing this to spread. Potentially all of it needs to be physically drawn out of the water, and the fish must be gotten rid of, or potentially this only goes away once the creature does. But I imagine we should be able to take care of it without that.
Okay. So I guess we got to get a boat.
Yes.
Can't be too hard to find.
I
I doubt
Yeah.
many people want to go
Yeah.
out there.
Looked
should
like
probably
most
be
of the
cheap.
boats were docked, so
I know a little bit about sailing, so I don't think the boats are exactly the same here as the ones that I'm more familiar with, but in the very least, I can help out a bit more. Though,
yeah, I don't know how many quiremes they have around here, bro.
Louie tilts his head and just stares at Bastion.
What?
Nothing.
it's
It's just sometimes you say things that surprise me, is all.
Shrugs. Well, I guess we gotta get a boat and see about killing a monster in the ocean or something. I'm still not sure how this is our fault, but you know, I'm hoping that we solve it either
No.
way.
No, do not worry. Technically, this is all Owen's fault.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
I'm pretty sure this is the fault of like that dragon or whatever took all of his power. Or
Yeah.
I mean, like I guess if you break it down,
It's my
then
fault.
it could be.
Xander.
Well, you could see it that way, but then like
But
if,
then
you, if you
Owen-
go back far enough, it's probably Stavik's fault.
Well,
I'm just saying, like there was a. It was
okay,
a long
I know-
direct line, but there was a direct line between like.
and then we blame his wife.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah,
I think we can all
It's
let's
Ida
all
Dick's
just
fault.
blame it's Ida's fault.
It's Ida's
yeah,
fault.
Stavik, your wife sucks.
And with that, we will take our second break.
Hello, checkers and pleasers, and welcome back to my hell.
Hello,
You're
we're here after break, and we ended with you guys having a conversation in your adjoining rooms inside the Oak and Ember Inn. While talking about what you think you need to do, that apparently the issues in the city of Midlin are potentially traced back to you guys.
Nah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna do my own thing.
I don't believe it.
Not
And more
directly.
importantly, we all came to the conclusion and agreement that everything that's happened as far as Stavik's wife's fault.
Yeah. It's Ida's fault.
Yeah, just everything, frankly. Like
Okay.
Yeah.
that,
All problems.
every
So,
time Valentino's gone down in combat, it's 'cause
Ida's
Valentino-
fault.
Damn you, Ida.
Ida's fault.
You know, I used to blame the gods, but now I'm thinking maybe I should just blame Ida.
I mean, it's probably her fault.
Mm-hmm.
So
Oh, when we finally get to talk to her, we're gonna have fucking words.
Ida's dead.
Yeah.
she's bones.
Just
She's
bones.
just
Just
bones.
Yeah,
Just
just,
bones.
Just bones.
Just bones.
I love Skrewy's assumption so much.
So we should have a game plan coming into this then.
Number one.
Yeah.
Do not fall into the water.
I can swim.
Okay.
I don't think swimming's the issue, Valentino. I think you would get blighted if you fell in the water.
I meant
the blight
a
might
man.
get cured from my presence.
Try your
But,
best,
you know,
please.
Yeah, I will try the other route first, and then if it doesn't work, I can...
Thank you.
He spoke of his father.
What?
This man was elderly.
Oh,
What exactly? He heard his voice?
That's great. Oh,
Yes.
that must be in great shape.
His father is dead.
Oh, well, then he's probably
That's
not in
why
good
he
shape.
heard him.
So, would this warning extend to persons of Zeboni crew?
and he kind of
Would you
gestures
like-
to himself.
To test out what happens when residual echoes of Owen's energy come into contact with you in the water, Stavik?
Okay, on a purely scientific level, yes, but on a
Then
on
go
more
for it.
real, no, I don't want to. But on a real tangible level, no.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm going to take your recommendation.
Probably for the best. But yes, I would avoid prolonged contact with the water. It seems to, aside from its death-aligned properties and capability of harming your body, it seems to also have an effect on the mind. I think the echoes, they're not something minds are supposed to encounter.
So this dude heard his dead dad because he fell in the ocean?
He could simply be crazy, but if we connect this to the maelstrom and the power that has been usurped, I think there is a chance that even the echoes in the water might have a tinge of that.
Not to
Or it
say
could be something else.
that this is common practice for ships, but I do know sometimes there are sky ships. I don't know if any of you have ever seen them, but sometimes people get roped in to sections of the ship so that in case of emergencies they don't just fall out of the ship. Perhaps we should take some precautions by tying ourselves to a ship while we're doing this, just so we don't fall overboard into water.
I can also probably grant 4 of you flight for a short amount of time.
I've been working on it, but I think I can fly now.
I don't need any of these. I don't need to be tied down or to be granted flight. Like, I'm not going to fall in.
All right.
I will take anything you can give, because I think if I go over, I will be at spot very.
I think your veil has muffled you slightly, but to answer that, I believe you may end up someplace worse than that if you go down.
Oh, that is very concerning.
I don't know. We'll
But
see.
if you are concerned about the prospect of sinking to the bottom of the ocean, we could collect from a butcher a collection of intestines and inflate them. That way, if we balanced it enough, you would no longer sink.
I mean,
It's creative.
positive. Yes, positives. I could just walk. To shore.
The part you're forgetting is you may end up somewhere worse than the bottom of the ocean.
And also, if you're at the bottom...
Sorry. If this is blighted with, like, leftover magic from Owen, Stavik, yeah, you might just get in and then not get out.
You might
or do anything anymore.
come undone.
But also, let's not forget that this individual was probably in the water for a very extended period of time, and they did not instantly die.
That is true.
So a quick dip in may have very little effect, in fact.
This is potentially true. The traces in the water are not all that great, though I don't know what the concentration is towards the center of the pollution, as it were. Yes.
I mean, the gist of this is, don't go in the fucking water, right?
Don't go.
Just be careful, just in case.
Yeah. Got that, Bastion?
Yeah,
Bastion...
I mean, I wasn't going to be swimming in it.
Good.
He doesn't like the water to begin with.
I mean, just dislike it. It just,
Yeah.
does
Yeah.
its own thing. Whatever. Fuck it.
It's okay. We'll keep you safe.
I'm here to keep you safe. What are you talking about?
Okay.
So is our first plan then getting a boat and taking it to sea?
Let's get a boat. Sorry. Stay the night here, just so that we're well rested. We have as much as we can prepared. Maybe we should get some rations too, just in case. We don't know how far out this thing is. Just have as much equipment as possible that we could possibly need for this adventure. And he throws that word out to Valentino. And head out tomorrow if we have everything ready today.
I think that is a sound
So
plan.
Reasonable. Does anyone have any additional things they think that we should do before we head out tomorrow?
I have a few tests to run, but nothing that involves you.
Oh, gee. That's wonderful.
The same is true for me.
You have some tests to do?
Yes.
Okay. Well, as best for those who do require sleep, try to get a good night's sleep tonight. But first, let's try to find a boat. How big should the boat be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, yeah, I think I know about the size we might need. How big was the thing that he said he encountered? Did he specify? The man from the
He
temple.
didn't specify, but it seemed large from his description.
Well, this depends on if we need to rent a crew or not, really.
I don't think we should
I don't want to endanger
involve
anyone.
other people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. We don't, even if it's a bigger job, we can handle it.
All right. So I'm going to try to get us a mid to small sized boat. Between the 6 of us, we should be able to handle it quite well.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, we've got a larger boat between you and me, Louie. I'm sure we'll be able to handle it.
Louie lifts up his attempts to lift up his like injured right arm.
I got the brawn for both of us, but you got the brain, and I've also got brain. So that's like excess brains.
But yeah, I mean, with everyone else, we're like super powered
Yeah, and you got experience. Exactly.
from sailboats.
Right, but it's a boat with a sail on it, right?
Okay, but the sailboating that I did was more like 2 people, sometimes 3. And
Right, 2 people, so we got these. Just you and me. We don't even, more people might come. I mean, but I think everyone should help. I'm not giving everyone up the hope.
I also had an arm that worked back then.
Yeah, but you didn't have a Valentino.
You're so right.
I know.
All right. Does everyone want to head down to the docks with me? Otherwise, if people have things that they need to do, I completely understand.
No, it'd probably be better if I were to perform my experiments at night.
Okay. So, we good to all go together? Or, Xander, do you need time?
I imagine since I'm not going to be sleeping, I have plenty of time tonight.
Okay. All right.
I'll show you where they were selling those crisps at.
Oh, fuck
Okay.
yeah. Did you get anything, good
I'm...
on your grab and go around, Bastion?
Yeah, like he holds up a wrapped paper package and offers it to you.
Louie ate the entire other one.
Yeah, he had 2 orders. Louis ate one order.
I
That
meant
might be
like
the
from the
stolen
temple.
goods.
What?
I meant from the
Oh,
temple.
that. Yeah, no, tons. Yeah.
Nice.
He'll take his like belt pouch, open it up, and just take out like a handful of big, beautiful pearls, and just put them on the bed. See? Each one's probably worth like, I don't know, maybe like 80 gold each.
I'd like to make an appraise.
Yeah, go for it.
Valentino takes Bastion at his word. Yeah, well, you can probably cover the boat with these.
I say 25.
You think that? Yeah, that's about accurate. You think they're about 80 gold apiece.
So just nodding in the.
And he's got like a big handful, so decent amount, maybe like 15.
Louie has a bemused expression on his face as he looks at them, but also it's mixed with his own confusion of being disappointed. It's a very complicated expression.
And before anybody asks, I got this from the Temple of Pelias, so it's okay.
Oh,
Is
cool.
it?
Are they cool?
I dropped off money at the altar.
Okay.
Wait, why?
Oh,
Why?
okay.
Like, they have money. They're all the wealth god. It's fine.
Yes. Well, there is an individual there who is quite sick, and when the only priest there, the lowest of the hierarchy, was entrusted the temple, he was expected to keep it safe. If they come back and find not only did he allow people in there when he wasn't supposed to, but suddenly their pearls are missing, it may fall on him.
I'm sure they'll understand. I mean,
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
not
the
like they
money
can
you
use the...
gave is-
They're not gonna like treat medicine with pearls anyway. Like,
Exactly.
they're not gonna like...
Speaking,
But I mean, some spells do use stuff like that, but
speaking of the pearls, though, try not to have them clatter against each other too much. They're quite soft and breakable.
Do you still have that paper from the crisps?
Yes, and Louis will hold it out. You might want to like clean it off so that
He
the
wipes it
oil-
off on his pant leg, and then we'll put like each pearl in and wrap it. Put the pearl in, wrap it. Put the pearl in, wrap it. To
Well,
make sure they don't touch each other.
At least
And then he
there's
puts that in his belt pouch. There we go. That won't make clicky clack noises.
Good job, Bastion.
You know it.
Was there any like mother of pearl seashells that you saw outside of the temple?
What, like,
Yes.
I mean, yeah, like the whole temple's done up in them.
I meant not attached.
Well, not attached is a matter of severing attachments.
It's pretty easy to do that. That's how I got these pearls.
Yeah.
that's how I found you guys.
Fair.
All right, so let's go get ourselves a boat.
Yeah, let's get a boat.
Trade some pearls for a boat. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I think we probably will sell the pearls later.
Oh,
Yeah,
I was
I
just going to trade them for the boat.
I don't know
Really?
if that's a good idea. I don't know.
You know, like fancier shit in Kanye's?
Oh, they're not. I mean, it's just pearls. I mean, how rare can they be around here?
It's not that they're that rare. It's that they're gonna know where they came from.
I mean, I
That
see a pearl, it's a pearl. Like, how would they know where they
Well,
came from? It's
if
just
a
pearl.
bunch just became missing from the temple and suddenly someone comes across a bunch of pearls in a trade.
They haven't noticed.
In Bastion's defense, all of the clergy, aside from that one, they're busy performing this ritual and they may be gone for some time, so they likely have more to worry about than the pearls. By the time
Perfect crime.
they realize
I just
we might
don't
already be gone.
want to get the
Perfect
person
crime.
who's selling us a boat in trouble, mostly.
I just think it's fucking unprofessional.
Oh,
Interesting.
I'm just saying. What about in this?
I mean, do you have a fence network around here, bro?
Not
I
yet,
don't-
but no, we will. soon.
We just got here.
All right, so maybe we will find a fence.
All right, guys. Lock your doors that you need to. Let's head to the shipyard.
All right. So with that, you all leave the Oak and Ember and make your way out into the city. It is now a little bit past noon. We'll say it's about 1 o'clock or so. And you make your way over toward the harbor. Now, there are, in fact, 2 areas of docks in the city. One is on the southern side of the city, and the other is on the northern side of the city. Which do you want to go to?
I don't know.
The southern side
Yeah.
is likely the one that has the larger availability and desire for people to buy their ships that no one can use right now, maybe?
Yeah. We'll go
Okay.
Yep.
the southern.
So you make your way over to the southern docks area, and as you make your way over here, you're in fact going to see a large open-air market here by the side of these docks. It seems to offer fresh fish, smoked goods, spices, exotic wares, tools, charms, and various other objects from all around. It's a big old open air market, and it appears to be currently running reasonably well. A lot of the fresh fish vendors have very little stock, as one might imagine, but there is still edible food here to buy, and also various other items that have been imported from other parts of this unknown land. Beyond the market is a series of docks, which are crowded with small fishing vessels. It looks like most of anything that is able to sail has been docked. Probably due to, the fact that the bay is filled with this nasty goo. What would you like to do?
Louie is specifically looking for the equivalent to a Bermuda rig boat that would house about 6 people easily. They usually have an undercarriage area too to like sleep in and stuff like that as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of a triangular shaped sailed boat. Just bigger than a normal like 3-person sailboat. Would
Okay.
any of those be kind of at these docks at all? I don't know what the Adrian equivalent is of Bermuda.
and what was the name of the ship? It's called a Bermuda?
A Bermuda rig. RIG.
Ah, okay.
I like ships.
I think that would be related to the Mephistophelian triangle.
Well, I will say that they have similar ships to this, yeah.
Okay.
Their fishing ships look a little bit like this anyway.
Okay. So he's kind of like eyeing which vessels would better account for the team as we're all walking towards an area where there's people that seem to be in charge of the area, at least, if there is any.
Kind
Shipwright,
yeah.
maybe.
Yeah, 1 second. As you approach, you do in fact find someone of authority here. As you approach, there's a number of the town guard, the ones wearing the green tabard with the gull on it, and they're in the process of ushering people away from the docks, or helping ships dock and unload. And directing those people appears to be an elf with long black hair, well-kept clothes, and a ledger in hand.
Hello. And Louie will be using Elvish.
The elf turns and looks at you, looks you up and down. Greetings. I don't have any... No departures are set for now.
Yes.
What is your business here?
We're looking to sort of rent a...
All commerce is closed until this business is dealt with. It's not safe to sail.
We understand that, but we would like to attempt to solve the problem or find the source.
I see. And on what authority do you act?
Goodwill.
Uh-huh.
Sponsor us, Peter.
Well,
We have the money, if that's a concern.
No, it's your safety and the safety of the city that's the concern. The port has been closed until this matter is dealt with. The priesthood of the Temple of the Gilded Tide is currently working on cleaning up this mess.
And Louie kind of nervously turns to the others. I'm not exactly sure what to say to convince them to allow us to embark.
I don't know what you're saying, but you've got
What's the
some serious
problem?
bottom energy.
It's just that the port is closed and it's a safety concern for letting us out.
I see. Hold on one moment, and Xander is gonna walk away and cast tongues again.
Okay.
I can force his hand. I'll let Xander do his thing first. We'll see what that
And
where
then
it goes.
He's gonna walk back. Sir,
Yes?
I am working with the priesthood of Pelias.
All right.
I believe
Do you
that
have,
we have
documentation to prove that? A letter of introduction, a symbol, a sigil that they've given you to show me to know that you're working for them? Or am I to take your
Yes.
word?
Actually, one of my associates, given that most of the priesthood is currently out performing that purification ritual, it was hard to, honestly, impossible to get documentation from someone of the highest station. But I believe my friend over here has a symbol of the church. And he's going to go over to Bastion, and he's going to say, Bastion, could I have one of those pearls?
Oh, sure. Takes a pearl out and hands it to you.
Bribery.
Xander walks back. Here is a symbol from the church.
Uh-huh. He looks at the pearl and looks at you. And who are you exactly? Who are all of you? Are you registered?
We are not citizens, and we were informed that we were not required to register, though we are interested. We are foreigners, as the guards at the gates will be able to attest to. I am somewhat of a holy man, and I have experience with plagues such as the one that you are currently facing.
So you're telling me you are from another city, which is fine, but you're not registered, and you wish to play yourselves off as allied or working for the priesthood of Pelias by showing me a pearl. And you think that's reasonable?
I'm simply doing what you instructed me to do.
I don't believe that. Now, look, I appreciate you wanting to help, but there is a way to do things properly here. So if you do wish to help, I would require you to follow the rules. And the rules here
Which
are to
are?
register with the Adventurers Guild as an adventuring team, to receive the actual work order from the Adventuring Guild to do this, and then to come here and do it. If we had just allowed anyone with a sword and a spell to start cracking off at anything, this place would be as chaotic as, well, as what happened in the north. And we don't exactly want to repeat that mistake now, do we?
Xander is silent.
Your heart is in the right place, strangers, but you do need to do things in the proper way to prevent unnecessary damages.
Of course. Not a problem. We'll be back soon. Louie turns to the group. We're gonna go to the Adventurers Guild. Yay, Valentino!
Let's go.
Oh, okay. That sounds cool.
We gotta get registered and do things proper.
Oh, we gotta do paperwork?
Yeah.
Fuck. I want to do paperwork. Do
Louie,
you think the Adventuring Guild has anything I can steal?
please stop
No.
saying things out loud, even
No.
if people can't understand you.
No one can understand a damn thing we're saying.
Oh my god. Okay. Don't just chuckle.
What? It's funny. All right. So
Saviors. The chaotic slicers.
well,
Cool sex.
No.
the which one?
I mean, cool sex is CS, right? That's a pretty good name.
Cool sex. That's an interesting name. Put that on the maybe pile.
It's like two words that I like, so that was my thought process. That's kind of where it starts at.
Okay. Okay.
Louis is just patting Xander's arm, but this might be more for him, if anything. Okay.
I don't want to be the first one to say it, but is there a reason why we need to solve this issue? Shouldn't our priority be finding this dragon?
Well, I mean, surely it'll lead to that. That's how these
Potentially,
go.
unless, of course, this is just from the drippings of its blood, as another one of you had insinuated.
Well,
Well-
we'll find out.
The individual who saw it is very unwell, and I would like to heal him. If I'm able to do that, it might be easier to get information from him.
It's true.
Yeah, plus there's people here who need our help. That's what we do.
Yes.
All right. So we all have to be accounted for to register as a group in the guild. We might need to get paperwork of some kind from the Pelias priesthood to accept us into being able to leave the port to begin with. That might be the more complicated aspect of this.
And I can always forge documents, but I don't know if I can write the language. So maybe if you guys tell me what to.
If I know the language, I can also do that.
Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah. Now we're talking. Okay.
Stavik can also do it.
Isn't it free to sign up?
It better be.
No.
I would.
It's free to do the guild, but I'm talking about the documentation from the Pelias church.
What can Stavik do?
Why don't we see if the guild will sponsor us?
Let's try at least, sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down for a bit of forgery. It just seems like a bunch of extra steps.
One step at a time,
Hey.
you're right.
looks back to Xander. What did you say Stavik can do?
I'm sure that with your boundless experience transcribing translated material on your wife's behalf, you might be able to help Bastion with his efforts to write out this message. You should probably have enough experience writing down formal documents in strange languages.
But I mean, that's like, we got like a team of 4 forgers in here. We're gonna be great at this.
No.
I don't forge things.
What?
I never forged anything.
But I'm saying you got like the skills for it. Because you haven't done it doesn't mean you're not capable of doing it well. Just gotta believe in yourself, bro.
I'm really good at reproducing signatures.
That's awesome. Okay, well,
let's go to the Adventures Guild.
yeah, let's go to this thing. See what they
See
do.
what it has to say.
Yeah.
Right. So, with that, your group heads across the town and you make your way to the Adventuring Guild. When you arrive, there is a bronze plaque set into the side of the building beside the door, and it says, "N.I. Adventurers Guild." The letter N, letter I, under that Adventurers Guild.
I know what that stands for.
Calm yourself.
Can we read this though?
It's written in, well, I assume because Tongues was cast.
Oh, well,
Tongues isn't
Comprehend
comprehend
languages.
Xander can.
Sorry, yeah. If anyone's cast Comprehend Languages, you can read it. If you can't, then it's gobbledygook.
You're gobbledygook.
Stavik good if he wants.
That's
Yeah,
true.
but I'm saving that shit for research tonight.
But until you cast it, he's fucked out of a 4th level spell slot. That's the best
Fine.
part.
I don't need that.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's fine. So you enter the building, and it is, as I described it before, it's like a large rectangular open space in the lobby. There's chairs around the outside. There's a tall counter with a couple people behind it, and they're dealing with various other tasks. There's people there that are getting work from them, whatnot. And as you step into the building, it appears to be like a well-appointed business lobby in a lot of ways. But the 2 attendants behind the counter are currently with other clients, so you can get in line if you'd like.
Yes.
Sure. Yeah.
Great.
Have we decided on a name?
So I've got it narrowed down to Cycle Saviors, Chaos Slicers,
No.
Cool Sex.
No. Guess it's the first one. Unless anyone else has a better idea.
I mean, Savior's a little self-aggrandizing. I don't know.
I don't
Swap that out for a word.
know if I feel much like a savior, so I feel a little hesitant on it.
Since when did Valentino say something? Yeah, let's do that. That sounds very actually. I don't know what the fucking talking about.
Anyone
And-
else want to throw in ideas?
Nothing comes to mind.
All right.
Nah, nothing jumps out at me. So,
But what
at
about
about
your...
Go ahead.
No, what about yourself, Mr. Freeman?
I suppose in the sense that the circle itself was meant to be sort of this ambiguous, layered word. It was supposed to be.
I thought it was because we were seeking the circle, like
No, it's cool.
fucking-
I did explain that there was several layers to it before, but
yeah, I thought we peeled them away.
the cyclical cycle circles, all of it was supposed to be layered into that one word, where it wasn't just that we were looking for that thing that was carving those circles, but also that we were looking for A of the circle, but also that Owen symbol itself was in a circle. That's
Yeah, but
sort
we
of.
found him.
We're still searching for parts of him.
And we don't have many more, so we are kind of
Yeah,
searching
but that's
for him again.
temporary, Bastion. Like, we're gonna find him in no time for sure.
I mean, probably, but I'm just saying, like, we're technically still looking for him, or rather, we're looking for him again.
We'll register and then we find him tomorrow. How embarrassing would that be?
We're
We're
only.
not gonna find him tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right,
Maybe?
like 2-3 days. Couldn't have gone that far.
I also
It was
feel
just
as
there the
though
other day.
Cycle has a very hard C, where you have the
It's got
R
the exact
before
same
circle.
hardness. It's
Oh.
cycle and circle are like the same word, but with like an R in it. Circle. Well, just combine it. All right, fuck, we don't change.
Next.
All right, I suppose quickly we'll have a raise of hands. Circle Seekers versus Cycle Seekers.
I think it was Cycle Saviors.
Cycle Saviors. Where are the Circle Seekers? Fuck!
No, the Circle Seekers. And
Circle
Xander
Xeno
raises.
will put his hand up.
Louie puts his hand up, kind of covering his face as he's trying
Ashton
to hide
puts his hand
smile.
up as well.
Xander too.
Cycle Saviors.
Louie puts his hand down.
Now we're democracy. All right, well, fucking look at the attendant who probably cannot understand me or barely understands me and says, "You saw this. You got it." Tell him.
Hello again, cousin.
Yeah, how's it going?
And then they'll continue in their
Elven.
native tongue.
I appreciate his trying.
To which only, I believe at this point,
Xander.
only Xander can understand. Welcome to the Adventuring Guild.
Thank
Uh,
you.
I recognize your friend here. Are you all here to register as a group?
We are here to register as a group.
Wonderful. Well, if you are registering, there is some process that we have to go through to get you officially onboarded into our system. Now, are you familiar with our organization?
I'm afraid many of us are not from around here, so if you could give a brief explanation, that would be much appreciated.
And are they able to understand me?
I imagine that regardless of the tongue that you speak, it will be difficult for them to understand, so if you wouldn't mind, I'll translate everything that you say.
Very well.
I can understand you, Xander. What the fuck?
Yes, it's a gift, he says to Valentino.
That's how it works, Valentino.
No, I get that. I'm saying what he just said. Like, we forget it.
Very well. I shall explain as best I can. Our organization was founded about 45 years ago, after it became apparent that adventurers needed, or rather worked better when they were organized, when they were registered, and when they had a support structure that they could lean upon. So part of what the guild does is it allows people of varying talents to connect with each other. It allows them to more easily adapt changing situations, and it also allows townsfolk a place to to deliver their problems if they find them to be outside of their control.
I'm going to note that as she says everything, Xander is going to be sort of parroting it back to her so that everybody else understands what she's saying.
Sure. So by the way, the person speaking to you is a male half-elf that appears to be
Okay.
in their early 40s.
Lovely.
A lot of half-elves in this town,
Very much so.
as is accurate.
What is the name of this guild?
Oh, it's the Adventurers Guild.
Okay, good to know.
It's a very standard name, of course. Well, I suppose the official name is the New Izmir Adventuring Guild.
Yes.
But almost no one calls us that. It's just an extra few words for no reason.
I see. Well, history is important, after all.
Louie is nodding.
If you... But you are obviously not from there. Where do you all hail from?
Louie will switch.
Never mind. That will come up during the registration process. So, and they turn, and the other clerk hands them a massive stack of papers. They take it and they drop it down on the counter in front of them, and then they take out a pen and they say, "Let us begin."
Oh.
What is your adventuring group's designation?
The Circle Seekers.
Very good. All right. Most people choose animal mascots. But that's fine.
Oh, do
Our
they?
animals a circle, apparently.
Let's see. Very well.
We could have been the
6
coyote
members.
sticklers. Fuck.
Very well. Okay. So the way this works is we do require to get information from each of you, as well as a blood sample from each of you. Would that be a problem?
Would it be a problem to get a blood sample and such from all of us?
I am confused on what the blood is being used for.
I believe one of my compatriots is curious about the function of the blood sample.
It's actually used for multiple things. In the case of an irretrievable body, in the case of death, it does act as a focal point for resurrection magics. And then also there is, of course, the liability that the guild takes on if someone was to say go crazy and become some sort of tyrant or villain. Having a vial of blood of that person does give the guild certain abilities to both scry on and potentially stop someone from running amok.
Our friend over here, Xander says, switching into Burgese, is letting us know that the blood would be helpful in resurrection attempts. He says, making a face as he turns to everybody.
What kind of face?
And as close as you've seen Xander get to rolling his eyes. Resurrection attempts, as well as a means to scry on us should we do anything untoward and use our adventuring status for evil ends. Allegedly.
So we would be agreeing to be spied on, then?
Yes.
Would they sell our information?
I'm not
Does
sure
it-
about these.
Matter whether they would sell it or not?
I wouldn't want my information just if it fits
Your
into anybody.
cloth is bugging your magic
Yeah.
voice
Oh,
out.
sorry.
Yeah, your shawl's really thick.
Oh,
Stavik.
I would not want them to give our information to just anybody. Was a
You have no
Once again-
information to give. You're a dead man, and you have no
Oh.
blood.
Isn't that gonna be an issue?
Yeah, like doesn't he have like no blood to give? Like how do you bleed a fucking skelly, bro?
It's seromonemic.
Can someone
like-
put some muscle on him so we can get like fake blood out of him or something?
Oh, would you allow me?
Easy there, tiger.
Zu'lin's eyes just the mask's eyes just get bigger.
Notably, if you wear the cloak, you appear to be human and appear to be wounded, so I'm curious to see if samples were collected of you, then if they would remain.
Yeah, Zu'lin, you still got samples of Stavik?
Did I get Stavik samples?
Do you have them on your character sheet?
I don't think he got samples of Stavik when he had a body. I think he's only gotten bone scrapings.
I've only gotten bone scrapings from, yeah.
But we
wasn't
could
the
give
wasn't the
Stavik
cloak
a
damaged?
physical body.
I think
Yeah,
we're
we haven't
going
tried
to
on
this
you.
guy that
Oh.
this is a medical issue that we'll have to come back to resolve because we weren't expecting that.
One of my friends has a particular blood
Condition?
condition, and so
Oh.
drawing blood is a little bit of a process. So I think we need to discuss that for a little bit.
Oh, let's see. We have they start flipping. They grab a book from nearby and they open it and start flipping pages through. Let's see. Are they cursed to do not have blood? Are they cursed that their blood turns to fire upon exposure to air?
I don't believe.
Are
that
they
is
cursed
the
that their
case.
blood has been replaced with another fluid?
I don't think that is the case either. Actually, do you happen to have that questionnaire? Can we take one home with us?
No. Are they? Oh, are they undead?
No.
Okay. Are they? Let's see. Is
Note,
their blood?
Xander was talking about Zu'lin.
Aha! Clever bitch.
Well, he goes through a number of various conditions that would cause a person to not have blood, and if you just say no to all of them, then he'll be like, "Well, if it's none of those, then I'm afraid there's nothing we can do."
Oh, my friend has gotten quite used to drawing blood on his own, so I imagine once we make sure that he's in good physical condition, we should be able to do it. But the journey has been quite arduous, and I don't know if I can say this for the others, but I am a little spent right now, so would it be okay? Are you open later? Are you open in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. In that case, if you wouldn't mind, could you hold off on this, and we will return?
Very well. I'll put your file. He just picks it up and just drops it, like, beside the desk. It'll keep your file for then.
Thank you. Now, are there any particular delicacies here in Midlin that we should know about?
Ask him about
You should
desserts.
try the fish.
Ah, yes, yes. One of my friends here is quite partial to the sweets. Are there any desserts of note?
Yes. There is a particular nut loaf that's produced here that's decent, though it's not
Loaf.
it's not as good as things I've had in other cities.
Oh. You are somewhat of an avid traveler?
I transferred to this position about 2 years ago.
Really? Where'd you transfer from?
New Izmir. Listen, this is good and all. If you're not going to register, there are people waiting behind you.
Oh, yes, my apologies. That was very rude of me. Have a wonderful day.
Good tidings, cousin.
Goodbye, cousin.
Cousin. Ah, what a great character.
Awesome.
Louie kind of tugs on Xander's arm. What's going on? What's the plan?
Well,
Gee, you had a lot of notice, eh?
register, we would need to give blood samples, which many
Right.
of us, I believe, would not be comfortable doing.
Not ideal, no. It kind of depends on who gets access to those samples, I guess.
Yeah.
But,
And keep in mind that they'll be using it to potentially spy on you.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Not exactly ideal.
It's not exactly like that's an issue for me per se, but it does make me quite uncomfortable.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan.
I don't know if I like it how they do things over here. This continent's weird.
I mean, they could honestly be putting them in more danger than us if we give them my blood.
So
Also,
go ahead.
it just means that if we were to do anything that goes against their rules, there would be a very clear system of punishment. This is not a situation where if, let's say, one of their esteemed noble families had their heiress go missing, we would just be able to leave the city.
Yeah.
This is an organization that spans the continent.
So I guess we should try to go to the tippy top of Polias's priesthood and ask for sponsorship in a different way.
Or we could steal a boat.
Zu'lin points
Bro,
to Valentino.
that's the best idea I've heard yet. Let's just fucking steal a boat.
Yeah.
And with that, that is where we will call it a session.
Okay.
Thanks for listening. As always, special thanks to William Succi and Andreas Pichler for the intro and outro themes, and Emily Roll for Fantasy for this episode soundtrack. Interested in following us on social media? Follow us on Twitter at CheckPleaseDND. Or want to support the podcast and be part of the Czech Republic? Go to our Patreon under the Czech Republic. Until next time.